Alrighty. Hello. Welcome to Amber
Morning.
Unabridged. How are you doing today, Ellen?
I'm doing super well. I'm very excited. Thank you for having me today, Amber, and being part of Team Nerds for a Cure.
Of course, of course. Pretty excited for the events of today. So we are going to be doing a fundraiser and a Q&A and reading sprints or productivity sprints. And we're going to be interviewing some people. We're going to be chatting with some people. We're going to be giving away prizes. We're going to be raising money. Emphasis on the raising money. And having a good time. Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
We are so excited.
So, we do have our first guest. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her on, and we can kind of go from there.
Yeah.
Hi, ladies. Hi, Amber. Hi, Ellen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome,
How are
Stella.
you?
I'm doing great. It stopped raining in New York City, so yay.
Oh, wow. You live in New York.
Well, actually, technically, I'm across the water. I'm in Jersey, but then I face New York, so there's that.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
just in New York literally this week.
Oh, we could have met up.
Yeah. Now enough for
I
next
didn't
time.
know, but it's okay. Next time.
Yeah. We hadn't met before today, so I guess it makes sense.
I know. Yeah. So I'm very happy to be here today.
Yes, thank you.
So,
Yeah.
for some context, everyone, Stella Chang is an amazing artist, and she also happens to be my fellow alum from high school. We were French class buddies
Yep.
for years, and it was très bien. It was really fun.
Let's just put it this way. We've known each other since we were 14, 15.
Maybe.
Yeah, pretty insane if you think about it.
I know. It's so exciting. I still have your I remember you made the most amazing custom font that you signed all your senior pictures with.
Oh my
It
gosh.
was beautiful.
I totally forgot I used to do that.
It's so cool.
Thank
I have so
you.
much respect for that. I mean, my handwriting is very unique, to be charitable. And
You have a beautiful handwriting. Come on.
It's very whimsical, Ellen.
I like that. Yeah, I like whimsical. That's cool. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it was fun. But yeah, Stella
Good time.
is an amazing artist who's been on a fantastic journey. Yes, her studio is beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I have 2 of your beautiful prints.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. I've been very shy though about sharing pictures of where they are. I need to get on that. I actually took some and then I forgot.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's okay. Look, you can share. If you don't want me to tag you or name you, then I won't. So it's okay. However you want to do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, I love it, and I get so many compliments from coworkers because one of your prints of the puppy dreaming, Dream Chaser. I love that print, and it's over my desk at work. And it's like what I look at when I'm stressed.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Please do take a photo just of the desk with the print. I really want to see it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's fun, but yeah, and Stella's journey with watercolors was part of why I wanted to invite her today.
Yes.
Yeah, if you wanted to talk a little bit about your work, Stella, that would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I went to art school, but I didn't become a professional artist literally until 2 years ago in 2021 at the height of COVID, because upon graduation, I couldn't get a job as an artist. And you got to do what you got to do. So next thing I knew, I took a very long detour into the fashion world, which is still the creative, industry, but slightly different. So fast forward in 2021, what ended up happening was I got really, really, really sick. And unfortunately, it took me literally until earlier this year, sometime in August, I was finally diagnosed with lupus. But before I had that diagnosis for the last 2 years, I was literally struggling to just survive. Anyone who has a chronic illness like, multiple sclerosis or lupus or anything else autoimmune based, you know how it is. Every day is a struggle. Every day you wake up, you don't know what's gonna hurt because everything hurts, and there's nothing you can do about it but try to manage it. And then that was when I went back to watercolor painting, because I realized when I paint, that was like the only time I was able to have some relief, mental relief, physical relief, and emotional relief. And anyone who can paint, and even if you don't paint, even if you write, it's a physical release when you put something on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And you just let it go. And then once it comes out of you, there's that separation that kind of allows you to say, okay, I'm going to be okay. And so it literally started out as a process to kind of keep myself sane.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the time I didn't have any treatment. I didn't have any medication because they didn't know what was wrong with me. So they didn't want to put me on anything. So that was the only way I could just keep going day after day after day. And so from one painting to two painting to three, next thing I knew, I started selling. I started joining shows. I was invited to join art clubs and different arts organizations throughout New York and New Jersey. And then the more I paint, the more I learned that it is actually a very intuitive neurological process where you use the actual act of creativity and painting to create that mental separation between your mind and the pain, the factor, the stimulus that's causing so much pain in your body. And that's really it. That's my journey. I just keep going.
It's beautiful. It's really cool. And I love how you're painting that you're going to be sharing with a lucky drawing winner.
Oh, yes. I actually have a larger print of it, but I'm printing out a 12 by 16 for you guys. There she is. Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's all watercolor with ink paint. And then it's going to be printed on archival paper. So it's like gallery gray. So whoever you are, join the fundraiser now. You might be a lucky winner, and I'm going to hand sign it.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I could join the fundraiser.
Actually, you can. I mean, for what it's worth. I mean,
is there like a link for them to donate, like in the description, or how does that work?
Yeah, can we put that in the chat for the live stream?
Yeah, just because I think can. Yeah, I might have friends I can send a link to as well.
Yes. Yeah. Ellen, do you have the link readily available on a computer? Because otherwise I
sure do.
Because I primarily do all my fundraising through the app. So I don't have any of the links prepared on my desktop.
Hey, I am an old millennial. I got you.
Me too.
You can just pop it in an email to me. I'll copy it and throw
Sorry,
it in.
I didn't mean to put you guys in the hot seats. It's just
it's a good reminder. This is our first foray. Okay, I put it in. Do you see where it popped up, Amber?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
You can copy and paste to where it needs to be.
I am going to share that with all my friends. Thank you so much. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So go ahead. Oh no, I was just one last question about the fundraising. Is there like a goal we're trying to hit this time?
Oh, that's a good question. I should change it. Like when Amber and I hatched this plan to do this live stream, I changed our goal. Our original goal was $1,500 as the team, and I changed it to $2,000, and now we've actually exceeded that, which is amazing. But so I was gonna try and set a new goal for the team for today of 2,500. I think we can do that.
That's great. Awesome.
So hopefully,
all right, people click on the link.
And also, we've got 2 people watching right now. So hi, welcome. So anybody who donates, and we should repeat this, throughout the video as more people join, hopefully, that when you donate any amount of money, If you want to be entered into the drawing to win the art print or any of the books that we'll be discussing later, please include the hashtag #BooksForBrains. This will show us when we see the donation come through that you are intending to enter for a prize drawing, and we can make sure to get you included for that. So I've included that in the chat here for everyone to see, and hopefully the link will work for everyone from this chat. But yeah.
Just to add, this could be yours.
It could be yours. That is beautiful.
Thank you. This is actually inspired by Emily Dickinson's poem.
Oh,
I had myself looking my flowers. yeah, because I don't know if you guys are into her poetry. I was never into her poetry. Oh, good, Alex.
I like her stuff, but I haven't explored it nearly enough.
I'm not like a super fan. I should caveat that. I have enjoyed the several poems of hers I've read, but she was a very prolific poet in some ways.
Yeah.
I have not read more than a handful. I would not categorize myself as a super fan. I'm more of a casual fan. I enjoy her.
Me too. I would totally, agree with you. I'm kind of the same way. I'm not going to lie. The first time I read her poem, I was way too young to even understand where she was going with it. I felt like you have to have at least 20 years of life experience to really kind of get what she's trying to say. But I started using poetry to inform my painting process because you guys are both writers. You guys can tell me if I'm making sense here or not. But
absolutely.
Yeah, do you not find that the visualization of text can be a very interesting, almost meditative process? Like,
yes,
as you're writing and as you're reading, looking at the text, and then it's very cathartic. Okay, good. So I'm not going crazy here.
No, it's all connected in your brain. Like one of the things I do as an artist, as a creator, is when I was struggling with different times creatively, and because I've also struggled with depression on and off for I always joke like that was one of my earliest chronic illnesses. I've got multiple ones. Yay. But was because I love to write. My mom would always joke, she'd sing bits from the song Gotta Dance from Singing in the Rain, but she'd say, gotta write. And so that's kind of me. But there were times I was like, I gotta write, but I don't know what I'm going to write about. And so I would look at, because I'm also a photographer and I love art. And so I would look at paintings and photos that I'd take, and then I try and write a story based on that.
Oh, that's so cool.
And I did that for a long time. My flash fiction series on my blog.
Okay.
And that's something I kind of do with my blog too, is I connect my photos to things I'm writing about, which are usually things like books I'm reading or craft projects I'm making, and I'll connect them with photos, and it's kind of random but kind of not. They all kind of emotionally connect. And my flash fiction was all based on photos and that I took, and I find that very, as you said, it's very cathartic. It helps you because when you look at a painting or you look at even something without form, an expressionist, impressionist painting, you still get that emotional truth.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you can write about that, and I found that with photography too, because you take a picture because something about that scene speaks to you, and you want to tell a story.
Yeah.
And so I would try and write flash fiction, which is 1,000 words or less. So I wrote several of those, and that was actually one of the things I did after my diagnosis when I was struggling to write, because my hands were badly affected. For a long time. I could only feel my thumb, which
God. For both hands, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
It was not good, but I'm adaptive, And
true, very true. We all have to learn to be super adaptive. This is not working today. Let's switch to that side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
Yeah.
In Novi, we use computers all the time. Like we had to be good at typing.
Yeah.
And it was like a core thing of like, I can type like 84 words a minute.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Now I remember that. Yes.
And then I went to like, I have a thumb. And like, so I had to like hunt and peck, and it took forever to write. And so then I switched to fountain pens, and it's a lot more intuitive, as you said, like, because a fountain pen is meant to just work with gravity and not have the pressure of your hand.
Oh, and I was not aware of that. That's good to know, actually.
It is. It saved me. Because one of my friends in grad school was super into fountain pens for taking notes quickly. And I always said, like, I always was like, ooh, that is really neat ink.
Right.
And she was like, well, fountain pens. And we got into that. Shout out to you, Dr. Abby Malley.
Fountain pens, I feel like, are just inherently... like they're just inherently cool too.
Yeah, they are.
In addition to not requiring like using a lot of pressure, like even if your hand just hurts, if you like press on a pen for too long, like fountain pens are so great because they don't contribute to that, but then they're also just like really cool.
It's just like a really elevated vintage look to it. Now maybe I should get my hands on one because I've never illustrating fountain pen. Now I kind of want to just try it out.
I think you'd have fun with it with your style.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely would love to do that. But it's so interesting for me to hear you talk about your process because I almost felt like we're doing the same thing but using different, medium. It's like we're all trying to find ways to still make it work.
Yeah.
And then in the process, you use writing, I use painting, and I don't know if writing also helps you manage your pain or the emotional stress.
It does.
It does, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think we need to collaborate. You do your flash fiction, I'll do the little illustrations on the side because I love graphic novels. I want to be a manga artist. Did you notice? I just never had a chance.
You are on my short list for writing children's books with because
let's totally collaborate. I love to do that.
That would be amazing.
I want to read this and watch this.
Yay, we got number one fan right here.
That's right.
And then we have eyewitnesses now, so
yes, we do. It's fabulous. But what I discovered when I only had a thumb that I could write my flash fiction longhand with a fountain pen, and then typing it up again took me longer, but then it gave me more time to edit. Okay. So kind of having that like 1,000-word cap kind of matched how long my hand's endurance could do.
Oh, that's so interesting. Wow.
Yeah, so that's how I kind of clawed my way back, and it helped because it relaxes, it releases the tension, and even to this day, like if I'm having a hard time at work and I get like extra pain or extra, they're called pararelapse symptoms when lesions that you have in your brain kind of flare up a little tiny bit. It's just kind of like, oh, I'm gonna pick at you while you're down. And then if I write or I sew, I always sit like, okay, I've got to do something to nourish my soul right now. Usually writing, and that always like releases it.
You know what? That's so true. I don't have that thing that you were just describing, but I have chronic inflammation and it travels around my body. Like it's usually my lupus attacks my muscle groups, my joint. Thank the Lord, because if it attacks my organ, I'll be in far worse shape than today. But even then, it's like the paralysis, the stiffness and the swelling. The kind of similar to you. What happens when I paint? I just had to paint through that initial burst of burning sensation. Then it kind of triggers something in the brain where you start to relax, you start to breathe normally, and then you create almost like a very mindfulness in that process, right? And then you start to feel okay, and your system kind of calms down. Like I'm sure there's a scientific name for this entire process I'm trying to describe here, but I don't know what it is. if we have a scientist in, here, please explain to me what that is.
Well, the sad thing is, like, it's weird. Like, I did go into science as I hoped. And I wound up in human research, counter to my initial expectations and hopes. But, humans are okay. And it's weird because I got sick.
Yeah.
I shied away from reading or doing anything related to multiple sclerosis research because I was afraid I couldn't be objective because I'd wanted too much.
Yeah.
And now I think I underestimated myself. I think I could do more with it. And in my current role, I actually have had the opportunity to try and like advocate more for some research with that. But I don't do the work. Like I do other stuff.
Right.
But I haven't spent a lot of time reading the detailed science of it. And part of it too is like when I read the science papers in like the MS, what's it called? There's an MS publication the society puts out. And Momentum. Ha! I thought of it. Yay. When I read the articles about it, I enjoy them and I find them fascinating, but there's always that moment where I'm just kind of like, I get like really tense reading about it too.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't get reading any other type of science or fiction. Yeah. And I don't know. It's something I got to work on.
It hits close to home because, I mean, I'm kind of the same way. Like there's so much, material about lupus out there. I'm just like, maybe one day, not today. But, I will highly encourage you to, only if you feel okay about it, to maybe not so much on the research side, but just more on the personal intuitive side. Maybe you can share more of your experiences, how you manage it. Because I do find it very helpful when I watch other people talking about how they deal with their autoimmune disease on a day-to-day basis. And what I have noticed is that a lot of people don't really talk about pain management, which is a huge part of this. And one of the things I'm doing with my art now is that I'm trying to, film myself painting and walking people through the whole movement of painting, the fluidity and the hand-eye coordination, and combine that with breathing technique, to try to calm down the nervous system, when the pain is really, really strong. And that's very cathartic to me, and apparently it's helpful for other people as well. So I highly encourage you to also maybe use writing, maybe you can share how you manage it. I think that would be very helpful for other people too.
That's a really good point, Stella. I think there's something where I'm so used to just gutting it out. I don't think about how I gut it out, but that's a good point. I think because I have dealt with like intermittent chronic pain with this. It's not the same as lupus, but it's annoying.
Yeah. To say the least.
but there is like an element of like the breathing and the meditation, I think.
Yeah.
And like I learned a lot of this from my mom. Shout out to my mom who's lived with rheumatoid arthritis.
Oh man, that's painful too.
I know, like yay, autoimmune diseases.
Yeah, right? How fun is that? Haha.
So good.
Just all luck.
Yeah. But she manages it with a lot of knitting, which is related.
Right?
Yeah.
And who would have thought?
I know she is. I always joke she's my favorite knitting machine that runs on tea and prayer. Because she just she can just knit like nobody's business. And it's true. Like when I can knit a little. It's not my main go-to, but I can do it.
Right.
But it is true. Like when you can just kind of like do like that repetitive motion,
right?
It triggers something. She always talks about the limbic system, which I'm not very familiar with, but it sounds cool. And it has to do with like the halves of your brain kind of synchronizing. And I'm sorry, Mom, is where I'm always listening, but I'm usually distracted by your awesome knitting.
I'm sure you can, ask her again. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to tell you again. But it's so true because right now the most effective pain management we have, in the medical world is just put you up on some kind of medication. But there's only so much medication you can take before you blow up your liver or your kidney. I'm sorry to say that, but that's true.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, for me, it's those steroids. But it got to a point where I'm like, I can't keep taking this. I'm going to go crazy if I do this, and I will ruin my kidney. So you have to find different ways of dealing with this.
Yeah, and it's so true because like the kidneys and the liver, that's your natural filtration system.
Yeah,
that's their function. But any filter breaks down if you put too much through it.
right.
And I've come to find out through other things with my role of human subjects research of just doing, there's so much with our diet and our environment that we can't control from an early age that puts our kidney cells behind. Where like, and if you're depending on like if you were a preterm baby, if you had certain environmental exposures or illnesses as a child, depending on the kind of diet you could have, you might not have a full set of kidney cells.
And, oh my gosh, I have no idea.
Yeah, and so if you think about it, it's so not fair because you can't control that.
Right.
But the most you can do is try and make like good choices when you can.
Right.
And it's hard when like our system says like, oh, you have an autoimmune disease? Well, here's some steroids. And that not everybody responds well to steroids. I am a special snowflake. I don't. Like I get all the side effects and none of the benefits. So I'm just like puffy and hyper and miserable and still in pain or still having all the things. And so I guess for me, I just tend, and this was so hard, but I tend to try to take more time and like give myself more time to do things and do more time for like physical therapy exercises for my limbs and my muscles. And build in more time to do like walking or writing or sewing to try and de-stress, like build in that self-care time.
Right. That's so important. Yeah. Because whatever we struggle with, stress only makes it even worse. And then all this balancing, like introducing, like slowing down and then doing things that actually makes you happy, that's gonna bring down the stress levels by a lot. And it sometimes just boggles my mind how it has to take a chronic illness like autoimmune disease to kind of force us to refine that balance in our life, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the deck's really stacked against you doing that in every conceivable way. And it's really hard. And it really forced me to, like, when I got diagnosed, I had to just make some choices about, like, okay, what kind of research do I want to do? Like, what kind of science do I want to do that I feel safe doing? And I've been on this arc of kind of moving more away from the benchtop and more into support administrative type roles because, multiple sclerosis can strike you at any time. And even though like I'm going to knock on wood as I say this, I haven't had a major like debilitating relapse yet. Like the longer you have it, the more likely you are to get one of those.
Oh man,
So I'm trying to kind of line things up. So if that strikes, I'm not going to be, holding sharp objects or mice.
Okay. I hear you. You gotta plan ahead
very quickly. It's like, hey, little mousy. Goodbye, little mousy.
Right? That's kind of like me, I had to walk away from fashion. Trust me, I'm very happy to do that. I had enough of it, and I don't want to die for fashion at this point. But, there's no way I can continue my career in fashion because it's like super demanding, super long hours. Now I'm just art. This is what I do, and it makes me happy. I have a work-life balance, and that's it. So hopefully I can live just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess we'll just have to find ways to thrive, you know?
Yeah.
And I think another aspect of of using art to help when you have a chronic illness is it's also just so great for your mental health. You're talking a lot about the physical benefits, but I mean the mental benefits, even for somebody who just has like mental health issues and not as many physical issues, although some of those are creeping in. But like I find art very cathartic just for dealing with life being overwhelming at times.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all of that, and it really helps me out a lot for that.
Oh,
so I imagine that it's got. I imagine that it's got, amazing benefits. It's a great distraction. If you're feeling a lot of pain, in addition to physically helping, it's also mentally helping with pain management.
Absolutely. I know we're running out of time, but I will just add one last thing. I mean, you just for anyone who's watching it out there, you don't need to be an artist to do art. It's the most intuitive process that human beings are born with. As children, we're all artists before the age of 7. So if you're feeling any physical stress, mental stress, or emotional stress, doesn't even matter what it is, just pick up a pen, paper, and just let it out. Doesn't even matter, if you know how to draw or not, because it visualize what's on the inside, and you put it on what's on the outside, so you can separate yourself from it, and then you realize that's not really you. It never was. And throw that paper away. That's what I do when I have a really bad day.
That's fabulous. I love that.
Thank you.
It's so true. That's something that like really messed me up was my middle school art teacher. I don't know if you ever had Mr. Boye. I hope you didn't.
Oh my God, I had him for 3 years. I never listened to him. There, I said it. I totally said it.
that saved you and all of your fans, because I think like I heard like I loved art so much. I loved drawing and painting, and I couldn't. Now, come to find out, I feel like he was a lot more of a technical artist.
Yeah.
And that was not the wavelength I was on. But like that whole middle school art experience really just made me walk away from like paints and brushes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wow.
And it's something I rediscovered more as an adult.
Right.
With volunteering with kids. Because you're right, like kids, like everyone's an artist. It's so
natural. They don't even question themselves. They grab a crayon, they just go.
I want to do this, so I'm going to.
There we go. Let's do it.
A vibe.
There we go.
For most things.
Yeah. So for anyone who's interested, if you want some inspiration, just go to my YouTube. Here's my 30-second promotion. You'll see how I paint. Paint with me. Let's do it.
Yes.
Your beautiful videos. I highly recommend.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank you for having me today.
Hey, thank you for joining.
Thank you for joining us, Stella. I hope we can collaborate again.
Yes. Well, hey, you know my contact information, so I will wait for that email from you. Yeah, thank you so much, Amber.
Excellent. Thank you, Stella. And if you want to hang around and hang out in the chat and do some reading sprints or productivity sprints with us, you're welcome.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for joining, and
I'll see you next time.
With you next time. Yeah.
Yeah. Ciao.
Bye.
So this is a good opportunity, Amber, to talk about the concept of a reading sprint or a productivity sprint for people who might be joining us who don't know.
That's right. So on YouTube, what I will, there's anyone who's joining from, the BookTube community who might know me from that, you're familiar with this concept, but anybody who might be joining, because I know the MS Society was doing some promotions of our fundraiser today. Any friends that might be watching, we'll throw up a timer on the screen and mute ourselves, and we do these reading sprints. So we take like a chunk of time. We're like, okay, go read. And you can go and you can read as much as you want and in that time frame and try to it's a way that some of us will oh, thank you. So you're awesome too. I believe this is Stella commenting. If it's not Stella, then whoops, but I believe it is, and you are also awesome. But yeah, so the reading sprints, I find, sometimes I can get distracted. I'm pretty sure I have undiagnosed ADHD. So, sitting down and just reading, I get distracted very easily. But if it's just like, okay, how much can you read in 10 minutes? So it's a good opportunity. And I feel like a lot of people, really enjoy that. So sometimes people will use the reading sprints as just a motivation to, okay, how many dishes can I get washed in this amount of time? How many pages of my paper can I write for school? It's just a way to kind of jump in and do some stuff. So thank you for joining, Stella.
Thank you, Stella.
Anyone who is here who maybe hasn't been here the whole time, we are going to have some authors up later. We're going to have Michael Giorgio and Kathy Giorgio. I believe I'm saying their names correctly.
You are.
Yes. And then we're also going to have Sarah Wong from the MS Society joining us as well. So, everybody stick around for that. But I believe we'll probably do a sprint here. So we'll throw up a timer. Everyone is welcome to participate. When we come back, we can talk about what you're reading, what you're doing, what you're enjoying, anything along those lines, and kind of, get, have some fun.
All right. What are you going to be reading?
I am actually think I'm going to do some productivity stuff. I was thinking about working on a little junk journal as the stream goes and including it in one of the prizes at the end.
Oh, I love that.
So I've started collecting papers and I'll do some little decorations as we go.
Nice.
I'm optimistic that I'll finish it by the end of the event, but we will see. It's going to be a very simplified one, but hopefully somebody will enjoy it. What are you doing?
I might be doing a little bit of productivity stuff, but for the first reading sprint, I'm going to be finishing reading The Home for Wayward Clocks. This is Kathy Giorgio's first novel, and this is the copy that she has graciously donated as one of the prizes for today. I am reading it on my library app on my phone. So I promise I'm actually reading a book when you see me shortly just reading my phone, because I don't want to get this all fingerprinty and schmudgy. But this is the book. I am almost done. I'm almost done reading it, and I'm so excited to see how it ends. It is beautiful. Anyway, that's what I'm reading.
Excellent. I'm excited for you to read that. I'm very intrigued by the title, and I'd like to read something by Kathy and by Michael, because you said that their stuff's pretty good, and I like reading, and why wouldn't I check them out? So
they are really talented and delightful. So I'm so excited that we get to talk to them, and they're gonna hang out with us.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to throw up a timer. Let me just figure that out real quick. And then there we go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start this timer, and then we'll go. See you in 30. Alrighty. Welcome back, everyone. Ellen, how did you do on your reading?
I got several pages in, and it's actually a very key moment.
Oh boy.
I know. So, yeah.
Well, we do have a bit before we are joined by Sarah, so we can probably squeeze a mini sprint in before she joins us a little bit. Take a little break to chat now, and then haha. Sorry, I was figuring out a technical thing. But yeah, we can hopefully you'll be able to read a little bit more before we're joined with Sarah. So you'll finish the book today, I'm confident. Oh, Ellen, you're muted. Welcome, Kelsey.
Hi. Yeah, welcome. Sorry, I don't know where sound is coming from on my computer. I've tried to be too fancy, I think.
That'll do it on occasion.
I don't know where sound is coming from.
Did you open up the link to the live stream in a different window? Because it sounds like it's us.
I think I did, and I'm not sure where it is. So okay. I'm gonna mute for a moment.
Okay. Well, while you're muted and I'm sitting here by myself, I'll just talk about what I've been working on. So I've been working on a little mini junk journal that I'm optimistic I'll finish in time by the end of this live stream. And this is it so far. It's got some little golden fleur-de-lis on black paper. I see Ellen's eyes the size of saucers. There's some little pages, some book pages and stuff. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how far I get on this. Anybody who was here for the sprints, what did you work on? What did you read? How far did you get? Had lunch. Alicia had lunch and got a few pages in, and welcome, Alicia. I don't think I put you across the banner before when you said hi, but welcome. What are you working on reading right now, Alicia? Yeah. For anyone who is not aware, I like to do junk journaling. This is how I spend a lot of my free time in addition to reading. I am very enthusiastic about this paper craft. It's kind of like scrapbooking, but without the emphasis on photos, though you can certainly add photos. Sometimes people use it as more of like an art book. Some folks use it as a journal. You know, I'm like, hey, I mean, if you wanted to use it as a fancy way of keeping your grocery lists organized, that's cool too. That's cool too. But I had lofty ambitions of preparing one in advance of the fundraiser, and that didn't happen. But then I was struck with the inspiration to work on it while we're here. So you can see the progress from start to finish, and maybe it'll be your thing. So, well, we'll see how that goes. We've got a few people here live with us, and I'm hoping that you're all having a good time. The Appeal by Janice Hallett for a project. Ooh. Do you want to talk about the project at all? Ellen looks like she's still working on figuring out the sound situation. So we still got a minute. Still got a little bit. I can also, Ellen, you can nod if you want. I can go into, we can do some more, we can do another little reading sprint too. All right. So, let's do that then. So just for anyone who is here, we have at 1 o'clock Central Time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Sarah Wong, who's going to be joining us from the MS Society of Wisconsin. She is, let me check my notes, a board trustee for the Society's Wisconsin chapter. So she'll be able to talk about what the money that we're fundraising is going to be for, how it gets used, lots of really great, cool stuff. And if anybody has any questions for her, feel free to add it to the chat. Or you can comment on my Instagram too, if that is something that you have access to and maybe you don't have a YouTube account. But yeah, please contribute to the conversation. Join us. Make sure you use #BooksForBrains if you want to be entered into the giveaway that we're doing at the end of the video. And yeah, so I'm gonna set a timer for another 30 minutes, I think, because that'll take us to the about 46 minute mark. And then we'll have 15 minutes we can chat before Sarah joins us. So hopefully everyone enjoys what you're working on. Hop back in and we'll catch you soon. it's time. How did everybody do? Ellen, you are muted.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. How much reading did you get in?
You know, I finished the chapter I was on before, and now I'm only 40 pages from the end. It occurs to me I should have noted how many pages in I was when I started, but oh well.
You finished the chapter. That's a indication of timing.
Yeah. What about you? Your little journal is so cute.
Yeah, I'm working on it. So I've got some. I think I've got the pages picked out that I'm going to use as like the base.
Oh.
That doesn't look very impressive right now, but I'm kind of using this as a challenge to also use up scraps.
Nice.
So I'm gonna decorate with my scraps and hopefully get it looking cute. I'm trying to give myself very minimal resources so that I will force myself to use the scraps. So I just have, scissors, glue. I have my little ink pad thing that I use to add a little stuff. And then I've got my corner punch, and then I've got some circle punches. I figure I can use the circle punches for stuff. But yeah, I brought some washi tape over just in case I wanted to use it for anything. But mostly I'm just trying to use some things from this bin. That's the goal.
Cool.
So yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge. It's coming along. So yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
I'm sure it'll be lovely.
Thanks. I hope somebody wants it and donates to our fundraiser. I can actually I should be able to reshare the link, I believe, for anyone who's joined us more recently. And as just a reminder for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, we're doing a fundraiser for the MS Society. And if you donate any amount, you get entered into the giveaway for a collection of prizes. We've got a lovely art print that Stella Chang showed us earlier in the video. We have some authors joining us in a little bit. They're going to be talking about their process and their art and their books. We've got a collection of short stories that includes one of Ellen's. Yeah. And some. It sounded like you were going to be doing some additional things with that book as well.
Yes. So I am also an author. I write under the pseudonym E.A. Lawrence, and I actually did an author interview here on Amber Unabridged a couple years ago. That was super fun. I that's actually how I met the two lovely authors that are going to be joining us later, because Kathy Giorgio runs an amazing studio called All Writers Workplace and Workshop, where she and her husband Michael and some other faculty, including the very talented Carrie Newberry, are they teach classes on writing, and they do workshops, and it's a really supportive, wonderful environment to learn how to write and practice and get feedback. And yeah, it's a very positive, supportive environment, and they're a wonderful resource, and they've helped me out a lot. And the story that got published in this anthology, Roar Volume 7 here, I actually worked with Michael as my writing coach at All Writers, and it is super exciting. And I love this little story. It's called Kitsune Tea, and I can see. And the whole book is fun. There's a lot of really fun fantasy stories in here, genre stories. But since my story is about a kitsune, a magical fox creature, I'm donating this brand new copy, which actually arrived this morning. So if you saw my avatar up earlier, it was me running to grab it from the porch. So this is a brand new copy, and I will autograph the title page of my story. But since it's about a magical fox creature, I have some fun fox-themed merch that I bought to go with it. And so whoever wins this copy of Roar Volume 7 will also get this adorable book bag with a little plushy fox on it.
So
and
cute.
And I love these little bags. I love Tea Turtle. They are a wonderful, cool business. And their designs are awesome. And yes, I bought this with my own money to make a cool little prize duo here. And then because foxes are fun, I also have these little gift bags of things that are going to be, okay, I don't, okay, stubby T-Rex arms can't reach everything, but there's going to be another gift bag you could potentially win with these adorable reading kitsune socks, the little fox reading a book that turns into a magical fox spirit, and it's adorable. And their socks are really super soft. So you could get these socks and a little pin, a little enamel pin with the same design. That's the other kitsune themed prize bundle. And then I had plans to make a reading themed Quillo for this event, but then I got COVID-19 and it was pretty awful, but I'm better now. Yay! But I didn't actually make the Quillo in time because I was healing. So I will be one prize, the other little prize bundle that is not a fabulous book or art print or kitsune themed things is an official signed IOU one Quillo for the lucky winner. It'll be a basic 9-patch quilted design, but anyone who reads my blog, Technicolor Lily Pond, should know that I make Quillos, I sew, and I have a lot of very nerdy fabric. So I recently even got some book fabric that is Beatrix Potter themed. That I got some Where the Wild Things Are fabric. I have a bunch of Harry Potter fabric. I have a little tiny bit of Pride and Prejudice fabric. So I was going to, well, actually, it's more Jane Austen fabric, but still cool.
Legit. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking like a little 9-patch books are awesome Quillo. So that'll be your official IOU one Quillo for the lucky winner of that drawing.
Awesome.
So those are some of the prizes.
For anybody who's not familiar with what Quillos are, they're little quilts that fold up into a little pocket and then become a pillow. And they're super fun, and Ellen's are always so cool and unique. So I highly encourage you to donate some amount of money or contribute a question for the Q&A sections of this fundraiser video. But also, feel free to donate some money to the fundraiser because, that's what we're here to do is raise some money. So,
yeah,
it doesn't have to be a lot. You can just donate a couple bucks, just anything. Whatever you got.
Any amount. So anyone who has already donated to the cause, thank you so much. I really cannot emphasize enough how important that is and what a difference that makes. But yeah, anyone who's already donated who hasn't privately told me that they don't want to participate in the drawing, you're in the drawing already. Like your name's in there, regardless of how much money you donated. If you donate during this fabulous event, your name will be in there and you'll be eligible to win. And, I get it. It's hard sometimes to donate, but if you're here and you're participating and you're spreading the word, by asking a question or, requesting something to be discussed, just put the hashtag Books for Brains with your question in chat, either here on YouTube or on the Nerds for a Cure team page. There's a little Facebook comment button. If you go to my blog, Technicolor Lily Pond, there's a post on it about so why Books for Brains with schedule, that you can put a comment on that post with says hashtag Books for Brains. Please talk about this, that, or the other thing that you wish us to talk about, and we'll talk about it. So, and you'll be entered into a drawing for one of the things that we have mentioned. So it'll be cool. Oh, and shout out, I know we're going to be having hopefully a wonderful fellow MS volunteer advocate, board trustee, Sarah Wang joining us soon. But she, what was I going to say? I got distracted by her awesome intro. Oh, yes, shout out. I was going to say shout out. So I did a incentive earlier this summer for people to donate and pick how I dress up for a fundraising video. And I ran out of time to actually do the thing. But the two people who donated during that short window of time readings incentive were the lovely Dr. Whitney Anthony Sammy and Mrs. Christy Angelo, who both incredible women who have had a huge influence on my life and care about saving my brain. And they wanted me to dress up as Miss Frizzle. So for anyone who doesn't know, Miss Frizzle is everyone's favorite science teacher from the 90s, from children's literature, and then later a successful PBS television show that's now on Netflix and got a Netflix reboot. And it's wonderful, it's delightful, it's inspirational. I am not the only woman who was influenced to follow science as a vocation because of the influence of Miss Frizzle. But Mrs. D'Angelo was really the embodiment of Miss Frizzle in human real life form. She was my biology teacher in high school, and she set me on my path for science. Yes. And so thank you, Mrs. D'Angelo, for being awesome. And they both wanted me to dress up as Miss Frizzle. So she is one of my style icons. I am wearing a dress that has the design of the X-ray chromatography done by Rosalind Franklin to figure out the three-dimensional shape of DNA. And I am wearing a thing of ferns, because ferns are awesome, a little wrap. And I don't have a chameleon puppet at the moment, but I have this lovely dragon puppet as my thank you, Kelsey. But yeah, I have my my little dragon puppet here, Zephyrus, as my in lieu of chameleon mascot. So yes, so yay, Miss Frizzle, and thank you, Kelsey, for participating.
Yes, thank you.
And for your donation. We'll put your name in the drawing. Thank you.
Sure. All right, and on that note, I'm going to bring Sarah in.
Yay!
She is here.
Yay!
So Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I do, before we start, the small world nature of what you just said, Ellen, about your dress. I happen to work for a theater company, and many years ago, we did a play called Photograph 51 that was about Rosalind Franklin. And so as soon as you said that, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Right on. That's fabulous.
Love it.
I love it.
Oh, so welcome. Thanks for joining us, Sarah.
Yeah.
I think, so I guess as a kind of a way to kind of let everyone know why we're raising money today, do you want to talk a bit about the MS Society and what the money that we are raising goes towards, how it helps families and how it helps research, and just a little bit about what the society does?
Yeah, I'll give a really short background on me, just so you know my relationship with the MS Society. I was diagnosed with MS in 1999, and I started out doing Walk MS first in Chicago, which is where my husband and I lived. And then when we moved to Milwaukee, we started doing it there. And we developed, I think it was at the 15-year point after I had been diagnosed, we started our own fundraiser that ended when the pandemic happened, but it was a pop-up Chinese restaurant because my husband has a Chinese heritage, and he would, with volunteers, cook a huge like Chinese meal with appetizers and main dishes for, I think it grew at some point up to 350 people.
Wow.
And the success of that event and the fundraising that we did got me noticed with the Wisconsin chapter. And so they invited me to join the board, which I joined about 5 or 6 years ago. And it's been great because I really get to see a little bit more about what's happening in the background. I think that when people donate to organizations like the National MS Society, there's often a little bit of wonder about, okay, where's my money really going? Is it being spent in a way that's really helping people? And I now have the ability to see that, yes, it absolutely is. The MS Society is an advocacy and research and programming organization that helps not only do the research to find a cure for MS and to help people along their journey with MS, but is really providing resources for people living with MS, for their families, for programs that allow them to really live their best life while having MS. So it's kind of two-pronged, and we've got to find a cure, but we also have to help people live with it while we're finding a cure. And so that's essentially what the MS Society does. And we rely on donations because, unlike my nonprofit organization, where we can actually sell tickets as well as raise money through fundraising, this is really the only way that the MS Society gets the funds that they need to fund the research and fund the programming that is helping people. So that's why it's crucial, and that's why events like this are really important. And thank you so much for doing them.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. I can talk a little bit about the research that's going on.
That'd be awesome.
So the MS Society, I can't remember what year exactly. My sense of time is a little warped, I think, as everybody else's is with the pandemic. But they came up with a plan called Pathways to Cures. And it's a 3-pronged plan. It's about stopping MS in its tracks. It's about restoring lost function, and about ending MS forever so that no one ever gets MS ever again. The stopping MS in its tracks, we've seen a lot of already. So all the treatments that are out there, the disease modifying therapies, and they keep developing new ones all the time, are what are helping people keep their MS in check. Maybe no new relapses, maybe no new activity in the lesions. Sometimes you have a lesion, but it's dormant, and then it can become active again. So treatments to try to control that, and really try to contain it for those people that have already been diagnosed with it and experience symptoms. The restore part of it is kind of the coolest part of the research, in my opinion, because it's about repairing the damage that's already there. And some of that is through the stem cell research. Lately, they've been doing a lot of research on Epstein-Barr virus. You'll see that they talk a lot about an EBV, which is Epstein-Barr virus vaccine. And I actually might be involved in a phase of that trial. I have my neurology appointment next week, and I'm hoping to find out that I will maybe be included in one of those trials. So that is really, really important research right now, because if they can figure out how to restore function for people, then they can maybe not entirely erase it, but start the process of erasing MS for people who have been living with major disability for a long time.
Yeah.
And then the Stop MS or the End MS Forever is about finding that autoimmune response, figuring out why it happens in the first place, and eliminating that from happening. There's a lot of new research coming out about how they diagnose MS and genetic testing for figuring out genetic markers that we can prevent MS in people that might have a genetic marker. They're looking at ways of diagnosing through blood tests instead of MRIs, which is going to be a much more affordable way to diagnose MS and maybe catch it even earlier. So those are the things that are out there right now, and it's just ongoing. The research is constant, and neuroscientists are digging deep to find the root cause. And so that's really exciting, and I think we've never been closer to a cure than we are right now. So
I know one of the things that I find just really heartening and fascinating being involved in it. I mean, I was diagnosed in 2013, so this is my 10-year anniversary. Yay! But one thing I find really fascinating is, like, I remember the day I got the official diagnosis. My neurologist said there has never been a better time to have MS, because there are so many treatments where there weren't before. And then I found out about the society right away, and with Walk MS, because I was like, I got to do something. I can't just sit here. When I found out about Walk MS, I was floored by the story of how, like, before the National MS Society started doing its work and started having Walk MS and other big fundraising events, there weren't very many treatments at all.
Yeah, when I was diagnosed, I think there were 3, and now there are more than 20. So
yeah, and it's just that cause and effect of, like, whoa, when you feed scientists, they do science and it gets better. It's amazing.
Yeah, wow. And feed children, they grow.
I know. And like the National MS Society is the biggest funder of research for MS research after the NIH, which is pretty much the biggest funder of research in the United States. And so that was just huge. I was like, this is big. And some of the resources that made a difference, like, I loved how you were talking about, Sarah, about how the society's not just there to feed scientists, it's there to, like, sustain everyone living with this diagnosis life, not just not just like the patient, but everybody in the patient support network. Like, you're not in this alone. And one thing that helped me out a lot when I first was diagnosed is I got those little booklets of the, like, so you have MS, and they just came from the society in, like, these nice controlled little intervals, so it was not too much information all at once, and it was really helpful. I know it might sound like a small thing, but getting that like thoughtful, controlled, supportive information at just the right pace for coping with that diagnosis, it made a big difference.
Yes, it makes a huge difference to know that you're not alone. Chronic illness in general can be very isolating. And to be able to have those resources to know, oh, other people are going through this, but there's also really knowledgeable people to help you. One of the ways that people's donations get used are to fund the MS Navigator program, which is basically a phone number or a web chat where you can connect with an expert about MS who can help you find the resources that you specifically need, whether it be medical care, whether it be help with insurance, whether it be access to mobility aids. They can even have a case manager for you so that you're not having to deal with all of those known and unknown questions. We don't know what we don't know. And to have someone advocating for you to say, oh, well, you need to not only see a neurologist, but you should see the physical, physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor too, to help you with maintaining your function as long as possible, and get fit for the right mobility aids and things like that. So that's one of the things they're doing too to help people living with it, is really get a more holistic and coordinated care, because it's beyond just the neurologist. It's also about your physical ability and your mental health and lifestyle changes in diet and exercise that can help you keep mobility for longer. And they're doing research and providing resources for all of those areas.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I love that. Part of what, inspired Ellen to kind of launch the reading aspect of fundraising for this year was how when you were initially diagnosed, you were worried about not being able to read.
Yeah,
anymore.
it was.
And I think it's kind of a beautiful thing that, in addition to, hopefully helping with the physical, with physical assistance, keeping your brain active, and I mean, obviously you do a lot of things to keep your brain active, but like in a fun and entertaining way. It also just kind of helps with, kind of take me out of reality sometimes, and I think it's really neat that we can find something fun to help, use in a way to sort of launch something so important and so amazing, to get the research and the funding for that research and to help people along the way, because it takes a village.
Yes, absolutely does. And I personally I'm more of a nonfiction reader. And I'm reading a book right now. It's the memoir of Dr. Stephen Hauser, who was one of the main doctors involved in developing Ocrevus, which is was the first medication to come out, I believe, in 2016 for progressive MS. And it's sort of the go-to therapy right now for progressive MS. And I'm going to forget the title, but it is Dr. Stephen Hauser, and it's really good. I mean, it's so well written, and the stories that the way he tells his own story about his life and how it led him to this place of being a neurologist and specializing in MS and coming to find the importance of B-cell therapy is really cool and informative. So I highly recommend that book too.
I just wrote it down. I'm gonna look into that.
Excellent. Do you know, are there other like resources that you would encourage people to check out who have either been diagnosed, or maybe someone who hasn't been diagnosed but just would like to learn more in general about MS and about how to help?
Yeah, I mean, I think the MS Navigator program and the MS Society website in general are really good tools. There's also a lot, like, I think people also need to be judicious about where they get their information. Mm-hmm. Not to say that the MS Society website is the only place to get it, but I think it's very trustworthy information.
Yeah.
I think that, as we all know on social media, that sometimes you get strange sources for things, and you have to just be conscious of that. But I think that the MS Navigator and the MS Society website are great. The Progressive MS Alliance, which is affiliated with the MS Society, but focuses specifically on progressive MS, is another great resource. And, there are some books out there written by people who, the face laughs while the brain cries. Yes. Thank you, Jennifer. That is the book.
Thank you, Dr. Wu.
Yes. It's wonderful. And then there's people that have written some fiction books about having MS, but they've also written, there's, a lot of memoirs out there. And I personally find that those give me hope. I think some people find reading other people's MS stories to be upsetting. And I think you have to, find your right thing for you. I find them hopeful because I think that it's great to hear other people's stories and the different things that they're doing to cope with it and move forward and keep active and engage in life and all that good stuff. So
love that. I was actually musing over, there were a couple different books, and I can't remember one of them, but I distinctly remember one title where I was reading a book and I encountered characters that had MS, and in both situations it was not very hopeful. And I was like, I don't want to see this. Can we get like some positivity in here? Can we get some science? Can we get some progression? I was like, this is, it was something that kind of reinforced the scary aspect of what MS can be for a lot of people. And, I was like, I want to read about people living with MS, not suffering from it.
Yeah.
And even though, obviously with any kind of illness and any kind of health issues, there's going to be, the bad days and the bad moments and the flare-ups and all of that. But I mean, it doesn't a whole life make, you have the good things and the good days as well. And I was like, it would be so great to have a reading list of, characters that have MS that are doing well and, persevering and, memoirs. I didn't even think about memoirs. I lean towards fiction myself, but I do like a bit of everything. Memoirs are actually my favorite kind of nonfiction. So, but I was just thinking it would be really great to have a reading list, and that could be a fun project. Maybe we could maybe see if anyone wants to recommend titles and hey, I read this book, it was really great, and we can put a list together. And I like what you were saying about having the inspiration and seeing the hope of knowing that there's other people who've been going through what you're going through, and just kind of feeling like part of a community more than just having those bad moments.
Well, and people call us snowflakes, and that everyone who lives with MS has a very different diagnosis story, very different symptoms, very different journeys. And I think that's important to know too, when you're reading someone else's story, is that because that person went through that does not mean that you are going to go through that, or that your story your story is going to take a whole different path than someone else's. And I think that's really important to remember. That even when you read an upsetting story, that's likely not your story. And so I think that I try to remember that.
Yeah. And I think in some ways I find, I don't know, I'd be curious to know if this has been your experience at all, Sarah, but for the time, like like, first of all, I want to say, for anyone who doesn't know, multiple sclerosis is generally an invisible illness because a lot of the symptoms that people live with and endure aren't necessarily outwardly seen. Like, it's not like you get purple spots or lesions. A lot of the issues are invisible issues. But for the times when I've had more visible signs that I'm having a relapse, I'm visually struggling, I've noticed that I've been in the position of comforting random people who see me. And I found that very frustrating.
Yes.
And is that something you've experienced too, Sarah?
Yeah, I feel like even with some of my close friends, I feel like they don't always know what to say to me.
Mm-hmm.
And they want me to make them feel better about how they're acting around me. And they don't mean anything by it, but it's hard to be put in a position where you have to be responsible for other people's comfort when really you're dealing with enough on your own.
Yeah.
I think having a chronic illness almost requires you to have more patience and be more forgiving than you would have to be, because disease disability doesn't make everyone uncomfortable, but it makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I personally, when I used to have those invisible symptoms when early in my diagnosis, I am now in a wheelchair. And when I'm out in the world, I have a scooter and I have a service dog, and it's very obvious that I have something going on. And the difference in how people behave around me is notably different than when I had invisible symptoms. And there's positive and negative about that. I mean, I definitely get more people opening the door for me, just very kind. But then I also like to do things myself, and I try to navigate like, okay, when is it the right time to just accept help and be grateful? And when is it the right time to say, nope, I'm independent and I can do this on my own. And so, yeah, it's a lot of responsibility to take on as the person living with MS, to try to have to do the navigating out in the real world for the people that don't have it. Yeah, it's an interesting like sociological thing.
It's like a double vision, which of just like how do you navigate this scenario for your peace of mind and your wellness, but also being mindful of the other people.
Right. I don't want anyone to feel bad in my presence just because I have a chronic illness, or, I mean, not their fault. It's not my fault. It just is. But yeah, I think in general, when there's upsetting, uncomfortable things, it's very hard for people to not make it about their own discomfort. And so I think it's just about being aware of it.
I was going to ask, like, what's your go-to like strategy if you're in that situation where you're like, okay, how do I comfort, or how do I handle this with grace? Like, what's your go-to?
I always just try to be friendly and thank people for offering their help. And, for like, if I'm at a lot of what will happen being in a wheelchair is, you're shorter than everybody. And so people don't see you. So talk about invisibility. Not having symptoms makes your disease invisible. When you're in a wheelchair, a lot of times you are actually invisible to people. They look right over your head. And so people will run into me, or they'll back up into me because they won't see me. And I know it's an accident. I know it's not, people aren't doing it on purpose. So I try to just not have strong reactions. And usually if I do that, then I don't perpetuate that feeling of discomfort, that people realize I'm just a person like the other 20 people in line, and you know, nothing to fear. You're not going to hurt me. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything specific I do. I think I just try to read the moment and hope that people respond. So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, one thing one of the guests earlier today talked about was that Stella Chang. Thank you again for coming. She talked about how like it's helpful when you're living. She lives with lupus, so autoimmune solidarity. But she talked about how it's helpful when people are upfront about like the practicalities of how they cope and how they make it through their day. And so thank you for sharing that, Sarah. I appreciate that. That's helpful to know. And I think one thing that, as you said, like sometimes people get uncomfortable and they kind of turn inward. But I think one thing like our society needs to be mindful of is that like everyone's on the road to being disabled. It's part of being, a mortal creature that is going to age, and you're going to have accidents and your bones are going to, get weaker. Everyone reaches a point when they're probably going to need some kind of help to make it through the world. And so making like things with like the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, making accommodations at work, making, ways to include everyone as much as possible for as long as possible. That's just a social humanist, positive thing for everybody, not just people who are visibly in a wheelchair, or using a walker or eye patches or a leader dog. It's going to help everybody. Like how many people have benefited from curb cuts?
Right.
And we wouldn't have, like having been a parent with a stroller, curb cuts are amazing. Like I remember my husband taking our son in a stroller and just being like, how do people with wheelchairs do it? Like, how can they get through some of these doors? And like, well, they don't sometimes. That's the sad thing, and so being more inclusive and intentional with how we approach things as a society just helps everybody.
Yeah. And I think too, I guess what I would ask of people who don't have a chronic illness is to be open to letting people educate you, to not view it as condescending and to not view it as being scolded, but to view it as just an opening of your own world. I deal with that a lot with disabled parking. People say, well, I was just running in for a second. Well, in that second, I pulled up and needed that spot, or someone parking over the line. And so there's not enough room for my van ramp to come down. It's not, I think for most people, it is honest mistakes, or they didn't know, or, I really don't assign any malicious intent to people. And some people are really grateful when I point things out and say, thanks for letting me know that. I will make a note for next time. And some people get really upset. So I would just say, if you're supporting, if you want to be a supportive force in the world for people with chronic illness or disabilities, to be open to that, and to not think that people think that you're a bad person or that they're being critical. They're just trying to make everyone's life better.
Yeah, it's like being open to the dialogue and like the human relationship, even if it's just like that 5 minutes in a parking lot.
Yeah, and I think that you'll find that most people that you run into that are either dealing with a chronic illness or a disability or something are very similar to a lot of people that you have in your life. And so it's not scary. It's not unknown. It's just people. Yeah.
That's really great. Thank you so much for sharing that insight, Sarah.
Yeah.
And thank you for everything you've done for the Wisconsin MS Society and people like me. I've long been I've got a Big Cheese t-shirt too, and I'm like number 59 or 60, I think. But thank you for everything you did. I've been a fan of the Wong's Walkers team in the Momentum magazine for years. I always thought that was such a cool idea.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been fun. And yeah, we'll just keep on doing what we do and trying to raise all that money, and we'll get ourselves to a cure.
Excellent. Well, any other thoughts before, if you got other, I mean, you're welcome to hang out for a little bit, but if you got other things you planned on for today, you know, you're officially free to go if you want to.
Thank you. This has been fun, and I'm glad you're doing this. I hope that it's successful. And yeah, please, if you're watching, whatever you can donate, please donate. It's really important. It makes an impact no matter what size gift you're able to donate. So I highly encourage you to.
Mm-hmm. And we still have a lot of prizes to give away. So somebody should, you know, try to get them. I'm just saying. Donate some money. I'm just saying.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that was so fun. So educational. Oh, all right. Well, so right now I think I'll throw up another reading sprint, a productivity sprint. Anybody wants to get some reading in, or if anybody has any thoughts, you know, please feel free to communicate in the chat. We can discuss upon return from the sprinting. My cat can destroy things. It's fine. I don't know how much of that y'all heard. Yep. All right. So should we do 20-minute?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Let's do a 20-minute. I remember how to do this because I just did it a little bit ago. All right. Okay. Here we go. Happy read.
I love it.
I thought you might.
I'm gonna go on mute.
Alrighty. That is the end of our sprint. I'm gonna just pause this real quick. All right. Okay, so now that we have completed another sprint, we have another guest joining us.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited to meet him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and bring him on, and we can kind of say some hellos.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Michael. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Pretty good. Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much for being here and joining the readathon and donating some of your books to the cause. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm Michael Giorgio, as you said. I've written 3 books, a bunch of short stories, but I actually got my start writing audio plays.
Oh.
Which is kind of a, I don't want to say lost art, but kind of a dead art, really. I mean, if I lived in 1945, I'd be in heaven, but I live here in 2023. I cannot hear myself talking with the earbud in. I tend to, when I write, I tend to write dialogue heavy because of that. That's where I got my start. So I always have to go back and make sure that I'm describing stuff in non-dialogue ways.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But it's gotten, as I've gotten significantly older, I've gotten better.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, it's
I'm
exciting.
I'm married to your next guest.
Mm-hmm.
Also exciting.
We have a daughter named Olivia, who's 23, almost 24. No, take that back. Almost 23. They're almost married 24 years. They're only 8 days apart.
Oh, wow.
Live here in Waukesha. I'm actually sitting in the All Writers Workplace Workshop studio. And I'm sitting here actually for when Kathy's on later so that I'm not interfering with her because she'll be up in her office. So I figured I'd be down here.
Do you have the cheese ball basket?
I do not. If I had the cheese ball basket, you'd hear a lot of crunching because I'm hungry.
Fair enough.
Heard.
But I've got the cheese ball barrel just a few steps away, so if I go off camera, you'll know where I'm at.
Nice.
Well, I cannot blame you for going off camera for cheese. I might, during our last sprinting session, I might have sprinted to the kitchen to have some cheese and crackers. Just maybe.
And it's funny because we also have, besides cheese balls, we have the cotton candy balls right now, which are blue. And the first time I put them out, people thought there was something wrong with the cheese balls. that took a little explaining.
I thought it was some kind of like promotional thing from Labor Day or some like, I didn't realize they were actually going to be sugary.
It was just something I saw in the store and thought, why not? I didn't even realize that my employer is Milwaukee Area Technical College, and blue and orange are our colors. So it looked like I was promoting my employer by putting out cheese balls and cotton candy balls.
Way to be a team player.
That's right.
That's funny. Actually, my work, our colors are blue and orange also. Fun fact. It's a dark blue, though. I imagine the cotton candy balls might be lighter.
They're lighter than, we use a dark blue,
Okay.
a royal blue.
Right on. Fun. Well, thank you for joining us. You know, as I'm sure Ellen has shared, and as you know, the conversations for the planning for today have gone on. You know, we're obviously here, you know, doing a fundraiser for the MS Society to raise money for multiple sclerosis, and you know, very generously donated some of your work to be to use as prizes for anybody who donates today. So do you want to give us a little quick little blurb about the books that you donated, or do you want them
Sure.
to be a full surprise? Or
Nope, I'll talk a little bit about them. Justice Comes Home actually is based very, very, very loosely on a real event in Waukesha.
Oh, picture by the camera.
I was at the Waukesha County Historical Museum, and they had a picture of the Labor Day 1945 celebration that the city had. It was a 3-day outdoor party. They had something like 30,000 people in the streets of Waukesha.
wow.
And only 20,000 lived here at the time. So they were coming from all over, and it was the weekend that the Japanese formally signed the surrender for World War II. So they were celebrating everything. And there was a group of people at the museum, and they're all looking at it, and they're talking about how Waukesha should do something like that again. And I'm looking at it and thinking, what a great setting for a murder. And so it came from there. It's not set in Waukesha. I didn't want to use Waukesha because when it comes to things historical, I'm really picky, and I like them to be accurate. Waukesha did not have a murder that weekend. I didn't want to give them one. And I decided that my victim was going to be the owner of a burlesque house, which Waukesha did not have. So Devlin's Crossing was born.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to go to Devlin's Crossing, it doesn't exist, but it would be approximately, it's in Devlin County on the Devlin River, on the Devil's Elbow of the Devlin River to be exact. And it would be about where Jefferson County is, because I wanted it more equally distant between Madison and Milwaukee.
Okay.
My second book is not one of the ones being given away, but it's the sequel to Justice Comes Home. I hate the word sequel. It's the follow-up to Justice Comes Home.
A continuation, if you will.
Same characters. And the reason I didn't donate that one was it's currently out of print. So is Justice Comes Home at the moment. So it's a collector's item.
Ooh.
I don't have that many memory swindlers around, so I didn't donate that one. That one is not based on events in Waukesha, but based on events nationally.
Okay.
After every war, there's always swindlers out there who are preying on veterans and families of veterans, and it made me mad. So I went there. That one was not supposed to be a murder mystery. It was just supposed to be a crime story. But when the sixth victim came along, I decided, maybe it's a murder mystery.
That makes sense. That's logical.
And then the newest one is A Week of Criminal Happiness, which actually came out of a prompt workshop, not a prompt workshop, but out of a Celebrity Saturday workshop here at All Writers that I sat in on novella writing with G.K. Worry. And he gave us the assignment of, in one paragraph, give strong clues to a story's setting, plot, and characterization, which is a lot to ask of one little paragraph. But I wrote the opening line for the paragraph, which was along the lines of, Mandy Heineman, no, Mandy Madison Moley, she had to remind herself, had less than 24 hours marriage under her garter belt when she and her husband committed their first robbery. I wrote that line and thought, what the hell does that mean? And I finished the paragraph, and after the class I thought, I want to see where this goes. I'll make an interesting short story, and 300 and some pages later, it finished. Week of Criminal Happiness is different. It's not a murder mystery. It's the first sentence tells you who did it and what they did.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a mystery, but it's a crime story. It's a crime coming-of-age historical comedy road story. My publisher hated trying to come up with a category for it as much as I did. I think we ended up on comedy crime.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
The whole book, other than the last chapter, which is a short chapter, takes place over 7 days. That's where the title comes from. Mandy and Stuart are the main characters. They both come from horrible backgrounds. Yes, it's a comedy. It doesn't sound like a comedy when I start describing it. He is physically abused and verbally abused by his alcoholic father. She is emotionally abused by her family, but they have always loved each other ever since second grade. And so at the age of 20, they decide that they're going to elope and get out of Bascom, Wisconsin. And so they have no money. So to finance their honeymoon, they rob a bank.
As you do.
As you do.
Yeah.
And then they take off. And they take off in Stuart's boss's produce truck. So they've added Grand Theft Auto, even though the guy gave him permission to use it. That's not what he gave him permission for. And along the way, they commit a whole bunch of other crimes. Another robbery, kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon,
Oh man.
jaywalking, shoplifting. There's a whole bunch in there.
Oh.
But it's a kind of, they don't intend to commit all the crimes that they do. The kidnapping was an accident. They bought a new car and didn't know that there was a 12-year-old in the trunk.
Oh.
The 12-year-old, Denny, he's actually on the cover of the book too.
Mm-hmm.
He comes in about a third, maybe a little more of the way in. He was in the trunk. His story was he was playing hide and seek. And so he climbed in the trunk so nobody could find him. The reality is he was running away from a horrible home life too, combining his home life and her home life. He was physically abused. He was emotionally abused. And they are empathetic. They're not bad people. They just commit a lot of crimes. So they're very empathetic, and they decide to keep him like a puppy who followed them home.
Yep.
I didn't
As any
intend.
reasonable person would.
I didn't intend to keep Denny in the book. He was just supposed to be an obstacle, but he wouldn't go away. And he wouldn't present me with a way to get rid of him. And I realized I needed him because they needed to grow up in a week and come to the realization the things they were doing were wrong. Taking care of him helped them grow up. So they decide they're going to become a family, start a new life, and the trip takes them, they end up going through Illinois and into Indiana. And every town in the book is made up. And they're just going to live a happy life. They're going to present Denny as Mandy's nephew. Because they're both blonde. They look enough alike that they can pull it off.
Right on.
So he also commits some crimes along the way. That's part of what makes them realize that maybe they should stop it. He doesn't do anything too serious, though.
Okay. He's probably the one doing the jaywalking, right? Am I right?
Well, they all did the jaywalking.
Oh, man.
I mean, who hasn't done jaywalking?
He was the one who tried to make them not jaywalk. You're supposed to go to the corner. But then they go into a department store and he steals. So.
Yep. That sounds about right.
But with good reason.
Okay. Yeah. It's always a good reason.
Yeah, they're going out for a fancy dinner, and Stuart had a tie, so he wanted a tie. And Mandy didn't buy him a tie.
That'll do it. I'll do it. Well, thank you for sharing about your books. I hope that somebody gets them by donating to the fundraiser. Everyone. Yeah. Okay. So tell us a little bit more about, what got you into writing? When did you know you wanted to write?
I'm the unusual writer because I always hear people say, I always knew I wanted to write ever since I was a small child. And if you ask Kathy that question, you're going to get that answer. I had no intentions of being a writer. I am an accountant, far away from words. And when I was 29, facing 30, I thought, I need to do something for 30. I'm an accountant. I don't bungee jump. I don't cliff dive. I'm an accountant. I'm going to keep saying that. And I was part of a group dedicated to collecting old radio dramas. And they decided one year, the year I was 29, to have a script writing contest. And I thought, that's something I can give a shot at. It doesn't require actual, physical activity or encountering any fears.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had no clue how to write a radio script. I did it the accountant way. I went to the library. I found scripts. I literally mapped out the scenes of how they were constructed. And then I realized I have to actually have a story.
Mm-hmm.
I came up with an idea and I wrote it and I submitted it and I won the contest.
Congrats.
That's fun. I want to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote another script. Somebody who was in the production, because they produced it on stage, or was going to, because it was the next year, so she hadn't actually been in it yet, but I knew she was going to be. She had a production company in Los Angeles, Pasadena, that put on radio shows. So I thought, I'm going to try writing another script. I'll get her opinion. And in the meantime, the person who coordinated the contest contacted me and said, it's our 30th anniversary this year. And I'm thinking, oh, come on, 30.
What are the chances?
Wow.
We want to do a big production based on old radio shows. Would you like to contribute to it? Because as our script runner, we'd love to have you in it. We're asking several people who are part of our ranks. And he kept calling me and saying, you want to do more? We want way more material than we can ever use. Because they wanted a 90-minute thing, and they ended up with over 3 hours worth of material.
Wow.
The convention was in Newark with a lovely view of the penitentiary next door, which was phenomenal. But I went there, and of course we had over 3 hours worth of material. And one of the guys who played the killer in my script was directing this show. And his wife was a one-time script supervisor at NBC. So she knew how to cut a script and do it quickly, because she did it back in the days of live TV.
Wow.
And so, since I was there and willing, I was helping to cut it during the rehearsal. And we ended up cutting some people out completely, which didn't make them happy, but all but one half of one skit that I wrote stayed. And she cut out her husband's work, some of her husband's work. And I said, is he going to be okay with this? And she said, if I could edit Milton Berle and Red Skelton, I can edit him. I was like, yes, ma'am. Because they were notoriously difficult to edit.
Oh, boy.
I keep saying this guy who directed it, his name was Arthur Anderson. He's passed away since then. This was in 96. He was the original voice of Lucky the Leprechaun for Lucky Charms.
Wow.
He worked with Orson Welles in his Mercury Theater when he was a child.
Whoa.
I mean, these are some people with some credits, and here I am, this guy living in Omaha, working at a bank. But God, it was so much fun.
It
Sounds
sounds
amazing.
fun.
And he was the nicest man. He did a private performance for me that he told me he would have never done if I had a way to record it. Because it was Lucky the Leprechaun having sex. I look at those marshmallows the same way again.
Oh my
It was
word.
hysterical. I mean, he was like 75, 80 years old at the time. It was hysterical.
Oh my word. That's precious.
I learned a lot that weekend about writing on the fly and about acting. My main character in my script is a man named Bob Hastings, who was on General Hospital for years and on All in the Family. He was Kelsey the bartender. And on McHale's Navy, he was Lieutenant Carpenter. And on the Animated Adventures of Batman, he was the police commissioner. He was my narrator.
Oh.
And his plane was late. He landed an hour before showtime. Luckily, it's audio, so he could have the script in his hand. He went on cold. He hadn't even seen the script till he got to Newark.
Oof.
And he did a phenomenal job with it.
Wow.
So it was a trial by fire, but it worked.
That's
And then
Sometimes-
because of writing, I met Kathy. I said I was living in Omaha. She was here in Waukesha. We both signed onto the internet for the first time within 24 hours of each other.
Wow.
That's
And we both ended up in the same writer's chat room.
Aww.
So we are an internet couple, but we're not, an internet couple.
Mm-hmm.
We just started talking. I knew she was a writing teacher. At that time, not as busy as she is now.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to try prose. So I said, if I sent you a story, it could take all the time you need. I wrote a story based on something from work. I was working in an insurance company.
Ooh.
And one of my jobs was unclaimed property. When people didn't cash their checks, I had to try and track them down before we turned the money over to the state. And I had this woman call me. And she said, my name is Helen Fisher. Helen Fisher died, and I want to know how to collect her money. And I said, what? Real professional of me, I know.
Very
And
human.
She said it again, and I said, are you her daughter? And she said, no, I'm John Fisher's widow. Helen was John Fisher's widow. And I said, what? Apparently, Helen and John got divorced, and then John married another Helen.
Oh.
Oh.
And so I had to go through the whole thing, making sure that she would be legally entitled to it, which she was. But I got to thinking, and I wrote this story about a man who gets married 10 times and kills his wives off for the insurance money.
Oh.
Something I knew a little bit about working at a life insurance company.
Sure.
And he decides the 10th time will be the last time because it's a perfect 10. And so he marries this woman named Helen, and the story goes from there. So I sent this story to Kathy. And I did something that, as an instructor now myself, I hate. I did the whole whining, it's not very good, tear it up thing. When you meet Kathy, you're going to meet someone who has a great, cynical, sinister sense of humor. She sent me an email back. It started with, Dear Michael, you're absolutely right. This is the most putrid piece of garbage I have ever read in my entire life. I wouldn't use the paper I printed it on to train my dog. And went on and on. And I almost didn't scroll down. But I did. And she put, now that we got that out of the way, here's the real critique. And don't ever do that again.
Oh, how fun.
So that story ended up being published in the premiere issue of the Strand magazine, which the Strand actually dates back to the 1800s, but it was on hiatus for a few decades and came back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was in there, and that's the number 3 mystery magazine in the world. So I think it was a pretty good first sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been in there twice.
Nice.
That's amazing.
It's where Sherlock Holmes got his start. So
Mm-hmm.
it actually ended up being my second published story, but the first one that was accepted.
Okay.
Cool.
Very neat.
It's just gone from there.
Mm-hmm.
Love that.
I
So,
do at some point want to write a stage play, but I haven't done that yet.
There's some time.
Oh,
I used to work at the Milwaukee Rep, so I kind of got the bug for it.
Very cool. Very cool. What an interesting collection of outlets. You know, the radio plays and the short stories and the novels and a stage play.
If I could find a company doing radio plays, I'd be right there.
I'm actually surprised at the rise of podcasting that there aren't more like podcasts.
Yeah, I've seen some, but a lot of them just recreate old stories.
Oh.
And it's kind of cool, don't get me wrong, but I don't write old stories.
Yeah.
They're already written.
Well,
my first one was technically an old story because it had to be based on an old show, but it was an original story for the old show.
I've seen they have the company that does all the Doctor Who radio plays, radio dramas, and that's probably the largest chunk of my experience with them in general. But
they're a lot of fun, and I know the actors I worked with loved it because they didn't have to memorize anything. They could hold the script in their hand. So they could really concentrate just on the performance of the words and what they could get across with the words. Prose writing is the same thing. What can you get across? When it comes to prose, I'm always trying to think visually, but I always hear it before I see it. And one thing that in reviews that I've had, they always are praising the dialogue.
You have amazing dialogue.
I think dialogue's easy. But a lot of people that I work with don't like dialogue. It's one of the reasons Kathy and I would not work well together. She tends to write a lot of very descriptive things, get through a lot of emotion. I write a lot of dialogue, so if we got together, it wouldn't work. We've never co-written anything beyond brochures for the studio.
I feel like it could work, but I feel like there would have to be a lot of give and take, a lot of communication, especially if you both have that forte.
Right. We're also in different genres.
That can make it a little more difficult. Or more zesty.
I've always said if we were to try to write something together, one of us would be dead, and the other one would be a widow. Well, I'd be the dead one.
I have to admit, like, I'm impressed whenever I read about creative couples co-authoring something or co-creating something, because the one time my husband and I tried to write something together, it did not end well. Like, it didn't end in homicide, so that's good. And we weren't married at the time, but it was a big fight. It was not good. And like, we don't usually have like a knockdown drag out metaphorical fight, you know, but that got a little mean, and I just kind of made like a note to self of like, never do this again.
Yeah, I don't think it would be I don't think it would actually result in homicide.
No.
But we do read each other's drafts and critique. And she is my harshest critic. And I don't know that I would get anything done without her. One of my favorite stories with her was back when she was still leading the Wednesday night workshop. And I was on a bus home from downtown Milwaukee. And it was one of those really snowy days. It was a Tuesday. Really snowy. The bus is going 2 miles an hour. And to show you how far back this was, the batteries in my Walkman died. And I'm sitting there with nothing to do. And being narcoleptic, I have to force myself to stay awake in moving vehicles, so I have to do something. So I thought, well, writing teacher, give yourself a writing prompt. So I thought, what is the stupidest opening line I can come up with? And the line was, it was the turtle that made bringing Grandpa home to die more fun than it had any right to be.
It's It's actually
I
a cool line.
I wrote that down, and it was another one of those, what the hell is that moments?
Mm-hmm.
I started writing from it to see where it would go. And like I said, this was a Tuesday. Workshop was the next night. And so I go to workshop. I had nothing else, so I brought what I had of this thing. And I was sitting right next to Kathy. And I read it, and she turned to me and said, "What the hell was that?" And it's like, I don't know, but I want to find out. The story ended up being called The 2-Ton Turtle of Tatler's Terrace. Obviously, it's an intensely serious story with a title like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's in an anthology called Tales from the Road or Tales of the Road, depending if you're in Britain or in America.
Mm-hmm.
And it was published in this anthology, which on the cover features John Steinbeck, Mark Twain, Hunter S. Thompson, a few other names, and others, which is me, among many other people's. They used to have these tales from the books that Robinson put out. They were like this thick, and they'd have about 100 stories in them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm one of the others.
Nice.
But I'm before Hunter S. Thompson. He's later in the book.
Oh.
Ooh.
Of course, they were all dead, so they didn't actually write for the book. But and funniest thing that came out of that was a couple of years later, I'm sitting at home, and being the fossil that I am, I'm on AOL. And I get this instant message from a college student in Ohio who says, "My professor has assigned us this Tales from the Road book that we all have to take a story and analyze. And I tracked you down, so I'm going to do yours." And she started asking me all these college literature course type questions. And I'm thinking, it's about a runaway turtle. It's as deep as you think it is. But I started yammering about it and talking about how it has themes of rebirth and reincarnation and immortality and first love, all of which are in there. None of which was anything planned.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we talked for about an hour.
Aww.
And then she wrote me back a few weeks later and said she got an A on her assignment, that it's a very intense and in-depth analysis.
Aww.
And I thought, well, that's good. It's about a runaway turtle.
Hey, having volunteered with turtles, they can move surprisingly fast.
And it's not even the title turtle.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
The 2-Ton Turtle is a different turtle.
That sounds
I
delightful.
had a whole turtle theme going.
Turtles are great. I support it.
Wait. Okay, this is the herpetologist in me asking, did you pick a specific kind of turtle?
No.
No. Okay. I feel like that was a missed opportunity, but that's okay.
But the actual runaway turtle's not as important as the other turtle.
That makes sense.
He's the catalyst that brings the main characters into town.
Nice.
The town of Tatler's Terrace, Tennessee, where everything happens.
Mm-hmm.
And that one was set in the 50s, which for me is kind of a modern story.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I do contemporary. I haven't done a whole book there yet. The first two are 1945. The third one is 1954.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it's that I love research.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it with the mysteries, it's easier now. People have the internet and all the DNA things. It's more challenging if you don't have that. I'm not nice to my main character. I do terrible things to him.
That's fair. That's your job.
That's right. So there's one scene in there that I did not want to write in Justice Comes Home. Because the book is about solving the murder of the burlesque house. But the internal conflict, for me, is what it was about. And like I said, set the weekend of the end of World War II. And the police chief in Dillon's Crossing is dealing with the death of his son in May of 45. His son was killed by a sniper in France. I mean, if it had been just another month, we would have been out of Europe completely.
Mm-hmm.
And he's having a hard time dealing with it. He's pushed his wife and daughter kind of to the side, and he's put his son up on a pedestal. And his son was a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
But no one deserves to be on a pedestal.
No.
And he does learn some things about his son in the course of the book that bring him down some notches. Not bad, because like I said, he's not a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want that. That would have been too easy.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Chuck to be likable, even though he was dead on the first page. And there's one scene, though, where he does learn something that upsets him. And I'm there with tears while I'm writing it. I don't want to do this to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I pushed through it because I knew in the end it was going to be okay. You get attached to them.
Mm-hmm.
You don't always want to, but you do.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, he would wake me up. I got an idea, and this is my story, so you have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
And one day, like I said, now, Justice Comes Home takes place over 10 days, other than the last chapter, so I had to cover every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And on the Saturday of the book, I knew a big important thing was going to happen Saturday night. I knew it. And a big important thing happened Saturday morning. I had nothing for Saturday afternoon. No clue what to have this man do. He's the chief of police. He doesn't have to work weekends. He could go home. But he's pretty much pushed his wife and daughter away. He doesn't want to go home. In fact, his daughter doesn't even show up until like 14 chapters in. I mean, she's barely in it. She's big in the second book. So I had him go to his office. He can sit behind his desk. He can clean his gun. I don't know how long it takes to clean a gun, but it'll kill some time.
Mm-hmm.
I had him take his gun out, and he's looking at it. And at this point, I was really kind of tired of him because it's told in first person, and it's I, me, all the way through. So I had him turn the gun on himself and blow his brains out. And Kathy said, you cannot have your narrator in a first-person mystery kill himself without solving the mystery. I was like, I'm tired of him. She said, no. And I know that. I'm better than that. One thing, the book would have been too short. So I didn't keep that scene in the book. Instead, I had him take a nap, which actually ended up giving a clue to something. But I kept that scene. I still have it. And when I was finishing that and writing Memory Swindlers with him, I pull it out when he started to get a little too big for his britches and remind him that, yes, it's his story, but I'm his God. And I can take care of him at any point. We're not going to have this.
Mm-hmm.
He actually has a cameo in Week of Criminal Happiness.
Oh.
A little Easter egg for people who read the first chapter.
Cool.
Because the couple has to end up somewhere
Mm-hmm.
the first night of their trip. So they ended up in Devlin's Crossing. And they look outside, and there is Pat, not identified by name, and his assistant, Jerry, who's also not identified by name,
Mm-hmm.
looking over the truck that they've stolen. And that's when they realize they have to find another way to get out of Devlin's Crossing. And then later on, they hear a radio report, and he is mentioned as Chief of Police Pat Morgan. Which is my way of reassuring myself he didn't die in the line of duty in the last 9 years.
Nice.
Right on. That's a fun little connection.
Mm-hmm.
It has to end up somehow being there. Just like in Justice Comes Home, Pat thinks back to Chuck when he was in high school. He was a football player, and he remembers a game against Waukesha High, just so I could get Waukesha a little bit of a shout out in there.
Mm-hmm.
In Memory Swindlers, there's a scene where he has found a dead body of someone he doesn't know. Total stranger. And he gets his ID, and he is from Essexton, New Jersey. And so he calls to Essexton, New Jersey, because they have to be notified. We have his dead guy, and they can't find Essexton.
Oh.
This is coming from real life, though. When I was born in New Jersey, and the first 4 years I lived in Maple Shade. Until right conveniently at the time of this book, Maple Shade was Essexton, New Jersey. They changed their name because there was another Essexton. Spelled differently, but another Essexton.
Wow.
And so he's got ID that says Essexton, but the town is now Maple Shade. And that was strictly for me. He could have been from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right on.
You get to have fun sometimes.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It sounds like you do manage to have a lot of fun with the writing, which I think.
And the research.
Yeah.
Week of Criminal Happiness actually took me a lot of research because I had to get the period details right. Like the book opens on a Thursday. And I originally had it opening on a Wednesday. Or Friday. One of the two. I think it was Friday. And it ended up with them being in Illinois buying this car that Denny is in on a Sunday. It's against the law to buy a car on a Sunday in Illinois in 1954.
That is fantastically random.
I moved everything back a day so they'd be there on Saturday. And there's a scene in there also in Illinois where they're at a fair, carnival, and Stuart wants a beer. But I wasn't sure what the drinking age was in Illinois in 1954. So I looked it up. And there's in this scene, he cannot buy a beer. But Mandy, who is also 20, can. Because the drinking age was 21 for guys and 18 for girls. That played so nicely in what I needed to have happen. But I didn't plan it. I was going to have her kind of flirt her way into getting the beer for him, but she didn't have to. Which ended up working out for a whole entirely different reason that if you want to find out what that reason was, read the book.
Right on.
So you never know. And when the book was accepted by Rogue Phoenix Press, the editor contacted me and she said, I also write historical, so I will be fact-checking you all the way along.
Oh, boy.
And I said, please do. And I have attached the law about drinking age, the law about the Sunday car purchasing, and a few other things. I'll save you the research. Here you go. And she wrote me back and said, I forgot that you're a writing teacher. You do the research, don't you? I do. So anything else you need, you just let me know.
Aww.
And then she sent me a 3-page documents of edits, 2/3 of which I completely ignored. And said no. But we got along. She didn't question any of my history. She wrote me back and said, the stores you mentioned, the products you mentioned, they're all right. She did write me at first and said, I can't find these towns. And I said, they don't exist. You really think that there's a place called Valhalla, Illinois, that is the land of the Lord and the land of Lincoln? No, I made it up because I needed a really religious town.
It sounds very plausible.
Yeah. I'm sure your town's named after weirder things. So.
Oh, yeah.
But everything in town is about this guy who puts on weekly revival meetings.
Okay.
I didn't need him. I just needed the setting.
That's fair. That's fair.
Someday, though, I'll go back and write stories of these other people. I know I want to.
Nice.
Excellent.
I've written a few stories based on the books, but there's one that I wrote, 20 years ago. Well, it couldn't be 20 years ago. The book's not that old. 10 years ago. From Justice Comes Home. I wrote a story where Pat is much younger. He's not the chief of police. He's getting ready to go off to World War I. But there's a case as a rookie cop he gets involved in. I love this story. Absolutely love it. Except for the ending. I don't have an ending. I pull it out every year and I don't have an ending. I tried an ending in workshop, and my dear darling wife turned to me when I read it and said, "That was the worst thing you've ever written."
Oh. Oh, wow.
Actually, what she said was, "That was clearly first draft material." I was like, "Really, it's not," but and I know what the problem with it is. It needs to be a book, and I don't want to write the book.
I can empathize with that.
I know you can. Because I've told you to.
Yeah. For anyone watching who doesn't know, Michael is my writing coach, teacher, and he was my editor for, where did I put it? My pile of stuff. For the story that got in this anthology, which is another possible giveaway prize, Kitsune Tea. And he was very patient and helpful and super, super awesome. And I have been coming back to All Writers ever since, periodically, whenever I get the chance of it. And it's super awesome, and I highly, highly recommend All Writers. But yeah, I'm currently in the Wednesday night workshop, or I will be soon after when it gets to be October. But yeah,
We'll be here.
Excellent.
We're here year round.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. It's been so fun hearing about your adventures and your stories. And I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on some copies of things and digging in myself.
I can tell you exactly how to order them.
Excellent.
Actually, Justice Comes Home right now would have to come from me because it's, like
out
I
of
said,
print.
it's currently out of print. I'm hoping to get it back in print. Criminal Happiness, Rogue Phoenix Press, and all the major booksellers, but support your local independent bookstore if you can.
Love it. Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for donating.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm sorry, I missed that last bit. What did you say at the end there?
I just said my pleasure.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for joining. It's been so fun hanging out.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to the next time.
I'm going to hang around for Kathy's session.
Excellent.
I'll go around to the other way of getting in and be here just like a person.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And feel free to hang out while we do the next set of reading sprints too.
All right, I'll stay right here.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Alrighty, I'm gonna get a timer up.
Okay.
For 15 minutes. And
I'm going to briefly go off camera to get more tea, and then I will return.
That is fair and valid.
I ran on tea, but
right. All right.
Exciting.
Happy reading.
Happy reading.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Welcome back. We just had another little reading sprint. So if anybody has been reading sprintedly while we've been here, feel free to comment what you've been working on, what you've been reading. I've been working on a little junk journal. I've been doing a productivity sprint more so than a reading sprint, putting together a little something. It's still a work in progress. I don't think I'm going to finish it by the end of the video. That was probably too ambitious. I know me. I should have known better.
Hey, reach for big things. You never will achieve unless you reach for big things.
That's true. It gave me the idea of, and I will finish this later, so it'll still be available. But now, currently, we have another guest who's going to be joining us, and she was mentioned briefly by our previous guest because they're married. So we're going to bring in Kathy. So,
hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Ellen.
Welcome. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Amber.
How are you today?
I'm really good. It's a Saturday and it's sunny, so that's pretty much all I need.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And, for anybody who's maybe not been around this entire time or watching it later, Kathy has also donated some books that we can give to folks who donate to the fundraiser. And we thought we would bring her on as well to just talk with her about books and process and whatever fun little anecdotes come up. Well, that one looked teeny tiny. Is that the poetry collection?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a poetry chapbook.
Right on. I love reading poetry chapbooks, or not any poetry collection, because some of them are hefty, but I like the little ones because then it helps me add to my Goodreads goals and it makes me feel incredibly accomplished.
That's good.
Yeah. So okay, so we have some poetry and some novels, and Michael had mentioned that you guys work in different genres. So you want to talk a little bit about the books that you're donating and a little bit about your preferred genres?
Sure. The first novel that Ellen handed up, The Home for Wayward Clocks, that was my very first novel. It was published in 2011. It is literary fiction. It is about a man who runs a clock museum in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. And you learn about him that the reason he loves and identifies with clocks so much is because when he was a child, his mother treated him like a dog and used to put him down the root cellar in a box with a ticking alarm clock. That's what we used to do with puppies so that they would think they were hearing their mother's heartbeat. So she treated him like a dog most of her life. And so he bonded with clocks. And so he has an entire old Victorian house filled with clocks. And he is in this little bitty town. It's called What Cheer, Iowa, which is actually a real town in Iowa, but I fictionalized it. And he decides, because the economy is so bad, he opens it as a clock museum. And so the whole town comes back to life because they develop a clock theme. And so people get so bored driving through Iowa. They're very happy to pull over and visit this clock themed town. All the way through the book, because it's an unusual format, the even numbered chapters are actually short stories about one of the clocks in the museum. So you get to see who the clock was before it showed up in James' possession. So I love this book. It was my first book. It won the Outstanding Achievement Award from the Wisconsin Library Association. I can't say it's my favorite because they're all my favorite. But so that's what that one is about. It's called literary fiction. The other novel that Ellen held up, Hope Always Rises, is my most recent novel. It is my 8th novel and my 14th book overall. And it's a very different book. It is set in a special gated community in heaven that is only for people who have chosen to end their lives. So it presents a very different view of suicide from the people who choose to do that. God is a major character, and I loved writing God. If he is really the way I present him, I'm more than ready to go. Heaven is a great place in my book. That one also has an unusual format because God requires everybody in this gated community to attend group therapy on Wednesdays. And Hope, my main character, her first group therapy leader is Virginia Woolf. And so I also wrote Virginia, and several of the chapters are short stories from the point of view of other people who are in this group, so that you get a chance to see what caused them to make their decision, what was the thought process behind it. So it's been doing really well. I'm very happy with it. I love this book too. I love them all. But this one so came out of nowhere for me. It's literary fiction, but it is also magical realism, which I very much enjoy writing. The poetry book came out a year ago now, came out last September. And it is called Olivia in 575, Autism in Haiku. My youngest daughter, who is going to be 23 next month, is high functioning autistic. We were told when she was little that she would never speak, that she would always look at us as bumps on a log, that there would just be no communication. And as of today, she is in her first year of grad school at Mount Mary, majoring in art therapy. She graduated undergrad last spring, cum laude, been on Dean's List all the way through, speaks so much, I now wish for some of the days of silence. She's a gifted violinist. She's a great artist. She just finished the first draft of a novel. She's amazing. I mean, there's just, I can't say enough about Olivia. I mean, she is such an example. And so April is National Poetry Month, and it is also Autism Awareness Month. So I challenged myself to write a haiku a day about autism and about Olivia. And that came out as this book. She also wrote the final poem in the book, so you get a chance to see her as well. So
that's beautiful.
Love that.
Thank you. And the big news is I just sold my 15th book. So I found out on Monday my publisher is taking my next novel. So that will be out in October of 2024.
Wow. Congratulations on
Thank
all
you.
of the things.
There's a lot. I also write nonfiction. So I write a little bit of everything.
Right on.
I'm so excited for your next novel, and I'm almost, what I've been reading for the last few weeks has been The Home for Wayward Clocks, and I've been reading it on my library app because it's easier with my hands and small child, but it's delightful, and I'm almost to I've read about 37 pages during this whole reading sprint today, and I'm 23 pages from the end, and I just to fangirl a little bit here. I love the way you did it with alternating between like James and the stories of these clocks, and I know it's literary fiction, but there's just some of the stories of the clocks have like little hints of magical realism that I absolutely love, because it's a genre I really love too, and it's so charming, and the humor of it, even when you're writing about some truly just horrific things, the humor of it just gets you right in the feelings, as the young folks say, and it's delightful. I'm very keen to see how the last 23 pages go.
Thank you. There's a sequel to it, right?
I didn't. What's the sequels? I'm taking notes through this whole thing. It's one of my fountain
The
pens.
sequel is called Learning to Tell a Lifetime, and a life is in parentheses. Hold on, I can get it. No, I can't. It's not up here.
Oh.
One of my books is missing. That's unusual.
It ran away because it knew that you wanted to show it off, and it was feeling a little shy.
Perfectly up there. But it is set 16 years after the Home for Wayward Clocks ends. Ooh. And most of it, Ellen would know Cooley is a main character in it too. She is a teenage girl who also lives in a very abusive house, and she connects with James. And so now it's 16 years later, she's an adult. She is actually running the clock museum. And the book starts when she finds out that her mother has died. And so that one is also written in the same style.
Oh, cool.
Odd numbered chapters are Cooley's story, and the even numbered chapters are stories set in her mother's point of view, starting from when she's a child to when she's very much an adult, to show how did she become the type of person who would burn a child with cigarettes. So that was a hard book to write, but it was amazing because in Clocks, to me, she was just Cooley's mother.
Yeah.
A bad woman. And then when I wrote this book, she became Mara Rose. And I got to see her procession. And the whole point of that book is that monsters are not born, they're made. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's actually something I'm really enjoying with the Home for Wayward Clocks is that like even like in the parts of the story where you're writing from the perspective of some people who are doing truly horrible things or who will shortly be doing truly horrible things, like you're writing from their perspective with a very human way.
Yeah.
And I think that makes it a lot more powerful and a lot more relatable because, you know, no one thinks they're the villain in their own story, and villains get created, you know, they you know, like the choices you make, obviously, you know, that like you are who you choose to be, but you can have some compassion for what they went through to bring them to that horrific behavior, that horrific villainy. And it's really I think it's a very rewarding example of like empathy and trying to find that compassion for, you know, understanding these people as people and not just as like monsters or you know.
Yeah, I mean, part of my own process is that I always try to see the bad guy, if you want to say that, in a book or in a story, all the way around. And so I may, like if I'm working on a novel, I may write a separate short story from the bad guy's point of view so I can get into their head and learn who they are and why they are. And that can be really hard. You know, the hardest thing I ever did in one of my novels called Rise from the River, there's a rapist. And in order to understand him, I wrote a short story from the rapist's point of view as he was being released from prison, knew that he had produced a child from the rape, and just wanted to see his son. And I mean, I cringed all the way through it. But at the same time, he was human and he deserved a voice too. So it's a way of seeing people in 3 dimensions rather than trying to make them into a type.
Yeah. And I think it makes for a much more interesting story to take that approach. I mean, it sounds really hard though.
It is. And it's a little bit different from the traditional because we tend to think of stories as good guy, bad guy, protagonist, antagonist, and they're all human. You know, if you think of oh God, of course now I'm going to totally forget the name of the movie with, I think it was Carrie Foster and the guy who was in prison. If Michael was on, he could tell me what it was.
Well, Michael said he was sticking around in chat.
Is he there?
He could
I don't
contribute.
He said he was going downstairs to keep watching. So
yeah.
I can't see who's watching. I can only see how many people are watching.
I mean, it's a really well-known book, and the movie made people uncomfortable because they started to like this guy in prison, despite the horrible, horrible things he did. And that's part of it. That's the way of seeing it all the way around. I'm going to remember it as soon as I'm done talking to you guys. That's
Michael came through. Silence of the Lambs.
Yes. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, the whole way that like Hannibal, the character of Hannibal
Lecter.
So yes. Yeah, that movie. Oh my gosh,
he was charming. He was intelligent. You know, I mean, he was hard not to like, but he was horrible. You know,
like he eats people.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: he eats people. That's like something you find out in like the beginning of the film.
Right. So, I mean, that's pretty much how I approach it. Is I want to be able to tell everybody's story, you know, no matter what it is.
I feel like everybody has an interesting story, especially if they're somebody else's bad guy.
Right.
You know, like sometimes I think about like, you know, I think I'm a decent person, you know, but I know that there's other people who maybe don't always feel that way. And I'm like, I wonder what their experience was. I wonder why they would say some of the things that they would say.
Right.
Like, and I'm like, you know, maybe some of my actions were perfectly valid in my opinion, but not in theirs, you know. You never know.
Right.
Not to be talking shit about myself or anything, but
right. Well, and I kind of did the same thing then in Hope Always Rises. I mean, that book came to be because I was sitting in a coffee shop and there were two women behind me who were talking about a friend who had chosen to end her life. And they were saying, God, how could she do that? What a selfish, awful, irresponsible thing to do. How could she leave her children? What a monster. And I had to leave. But before I left, I got up and I turned to them and I said, it's nice that you're asking, how could she do that? But you should be asking, how much pain was she in? That in her head, this somehow became the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And I mean, because I work the way I work with writers, as Ellen knows, and I've been teaching for almost 29 years now. And writers have a high rate of suicide. I've lost several people due to that. And I wouldn't call any of them selfish. I wouldn't call any of them irresponsible or a monster. And so I wanted to show that, you know, and that's why you will never see in the book having it referred to as committing suicide, because that makes it a crime. And it's not a crime. You know, it's an awful, awful thing to go through, both for the people who are left behind and for the person who is going through it. So there have been so many books written about people who are left behind, and I wanted to write about those who choose to do this. And then deciding to set it in heaven was also a strike against those that believe that suicide is a mortal sin and you go straight to hell. The guy who is my God doesn't think so. And all the way through the book, Hope she doesn't know why she's depressed. She's been depressed her whole life and dealt with chronic depression. Her parents have been very supportive. They have tried everything from medications to therapies to woo-woo-y things. And she doesn't know why. She can't come up with a specific reason or event that sent her down there. And you find out pretty quickly, God knows why. But he's not ready to tell her yet. And she does find out by the end of the book. But I liked that aspect of it too, that God also had emotions and feelings. And, you know, at one point in the book, the cover shows, you know, the whale tail.
The fluke.
This is actually from my favorite scene in the book. Which is after her first group therapy session, and she's sitting by heaven's ocean with God, talking about it. And she looks down, and God, who is barefoot, she notices that God has hairy toes.
Aww.
And she thinks God has hairy toes. And so she says something to him about that, and he says, "What would you expect? I made made man for my own image."
Mm-hmm.
So all the way through, I really push a very human God. So.
Well, but I don't know, just to put my Episcopalian heart on my sleeve, like that. That's something that we talk a lot about. Like God chose to come to Earth, in our belief system as as a man, as a human, and live that way, and because of love, and
right,
that love leads so much in the message and in the story, and I think that's something people forget about because people are fallible.
right.
But yeah, that I love the painting on the cover of this, which
It was done by one of my students.
Oh, cool.
That was by Julie Boglish, who is in Connecticut. She's one of my coaching clients.
Mm-hmm.
And she did an amazing job. I showed her that scene, and this is what she came up with. And the cover is just stunning.
It is, and I love the one of the things I love is just the vulnerability and innocence of the silhouette of the toes in front of the ocean, because that is something that makes it so human and casual, of just like we're just chilling with their toes in the sand. It's like something like I think anybody wants to do, like when you encounter sand and shore. It's just like you want to feel it.
Right.
That's so cool.
Oh, sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it. I have my copies on order, but I'm excited for the new book. Don't Let Me Keep You. I was privileged enough being at the All Writers Retreat to get to hear a little snippet, and it was beautiful, and it made me tear up, and in the best way, in a good way. And I'm excited for the whole story.
Good. I'm glad. And I mean, I think at least just talking to me, I hope you get the idea that I love the short story. Mm-hmm. The short story is if I could only write one thing, it would be the short story, to the point that even my novels have incorporated short stories. Clocks has short stories. Lifetime has short stories. All Told, which came out a couple of years ago, has short stories. Hope does. And this new book, every single chapter, while it's still a novel, there's still a novel arc. Every single chapter is a short story.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not a short story collection. It is a novel, but it shows the life and breadth of a family.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know, like that. One of my favorite writers is Neil Gaiman, and he had a quote that was part of a NaNoWriMo coaching thing that I got to read when I did that, and that year. And he said that just remember, a novel is just a collection of interconnected short stories. So just keep doing little bits. And he said it a little bit better than I did in the writerly way of his in the newsletter. But that was the message of it. And it really connected with me. I was just like, oh, that makes it less scary. Because then I struggle with this, and I'm sure Michael is laughing on the other side of this, because I am very reluctant to be like, oh, it's a book with some of my stories. But yeah, thinking about it more in that, like, okay, it's just a short story. It's just a short story makes it less scary.
It does. Mm-hmm. And I tell students who are writing books and are intimidated by that, not to say I'm writing a book. I mean, it just sounds so big and so cocky, oh, I can write a book. But it's so much easier to say I'm writing a really long story.
Yeah.
It makes it more handleable.
Mm-hmm.
Amber, your cat is just needy. You're just going to have to put up with it making its little appearance.
This is my little mischief monster. He was trying to knock over my light source here, which keeps me from being in the dark. He almost knocked over my pen cup. He almost did something by stepping on my phone. He's stepping on the keyboard. He is my little mischief monster.
Understood. I have two cats, so I get it.
Yeah, his name is Alonzo. He's precious. And Vincent was the one making all the appearances before now. So
every time I saw your eyes darting around, I was just like, oh, one of the boys is doing something. Doing an off camera something.
Yep. They certainly know where to find the mischief, and they are very enthusiastic about that mischief.
Mm-hmm.
Especially this one. I'm like holding the lamp. I'm holding my light here, and he's trying to chomp my hand, and I'm like, you're being so rude. So
how dare you not be there to serve his needs, human?
Really?
I know. I'm just the worst, honestly. I have really no defense for myself. I'll just go rot forever.
So what else can I tell you?
So what, okay, so I guess apparently I know this answer is that apparently you've always wanted to be a writer?
Always. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I honestly don't remember a time that I wasn't writing. I'm told that as a kid, I was kind of creepy to watch playing because I would set scenes up with my toys and then I would just sit back and fold my hands in my lap and stare at them because in my head, everything was unfolding. The scenes were unfolding. Once I learned to actually hold a pencil and start writing, I took off. And I'm going to age myself, but at that time we had carbon paper. And I would trace the pictures out of my picture books, and then I would rewrite the stories the way I felt they should be written.
Oh,
so I was in the 5th grade when I was told I was a writer, and it was an amazing moment. I was in school in Esco, Minnesota, which is very, very northern Minnesota, very, very rural. And they brought in my 5th grade year a new teacher named Mrs. Fatici. She was teaching English and she was introducing creative writing Thursdays. And I was so excited. I had no idea what creative writing was, but I knew I wanted to do it. And the first day she played a record on the record player, also dating me. And it was a song called Oh Shenandoah. And we were just supposed to write to it, write our impressions. I wrote a story, beginning, middle, and dialogue, plot, conflict resolution, all done. And we got up to read and I read mine and the whole room was quiet afterwards. And she was in the back of the room and she whispered, "Oh my God, Kathy, you're a writer." And I was like, I mean, it felt like a coat. It was like I just put it on and buttoned it up, and that was exactly what and who I was. And this is why I did the things I did. I hadn't even connected that I was doing what the people who wrote the books that I read were doing. I didn't put myself on that level, but suddenly that's who I was. And thanks to Facebook, I reconnected with Mrs. Fatici last year. I was never able to find her. I tried to find her through the schools. Nobody seemed to know where she was. But through her name, I was able to find her son and her daughter. And they connected me with her. And she called me on the phone. It was before Hope came out. And oh my God, I mean, that was so great to be able to say to her, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for saying that. And because it really gave me a definition. I wasn't doing things that other kids were doing. I wasn't running around on my bike and climbing. Well, I was, but not as much as they were, climbing trees and playing on our Tarzan swings. And I was much happier reading a book and sitting at my desk and writing. And everybody thought I was weird, which I probably was. But she gave me a name, an identification. And it has carried me all this time. So it was weird. She's only 75. I'm 63. I was like, wait. But when I figured out the math, she was 25 when she was teaching me. So that makes perfect sense. But now it's like, gee, she's practically a contemporary. So
Were you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ellen.
I was just going to ask, were you able to, I don't know if she allowed you to do this, but were you able to call her by her first name, or is she forever Mrs. Fetici to you?
I can call her by her first name, but I can't. She is Mrs. Fetici. Yeah.
Okay. I had a similar, I have an ongoing similar struggle with my high school biology teacher who she's told me to call her Chris, and it's wrong. It feels just viscerally wrong. She's always going to be Mrs. D'Angelo to me.
Well, and to go one step weirder, I've had some of my teachers show up in my classes.
Whoa.
And now I'm their teacher. And that's bizarre, And I mean, one of them was I graduated from Waukesha North here in Wisconsin, and she was Mrs. Krieger. Mm-hmm. And suddenly she's in my class because she's retired, and she kept saying, call me Barbara. And I'm like, no, you're Mrs. Krieger, and you're the scariest English teacher I ever had. So, I mean, she didn't teach writing. She taught literature, and she was very, man, you had to see it her way. And I never saw it her way. So, but now on the other hand, my creative writing teacher from high school, Dwayne Steen, I'm still friends with him. I work with him on the book festival here in Waukesha, and he's Dwayne now. I don't know why. It may be partly that I went to 3 different high schools, and in Waukesha, they were very, that first year that I was there, they were very, what did they call it? It was like loose and lax. The whole school at that point was open concept, and we were allowed to call our teachers by their first names. And even then I couldn't. He was Mr. Steen. And so, but maybe that transition is easier because everyone else called him Dwayne. So
yeah, for me, it depends on what I'm hearing all the time. If everyone's calling a teacher by their first name, then that's their name. If it's, the Mr. or Mrs. or Ms., whatever, then that's just what they are. I had a teacher who I'm friends with on Facebook presently. I'm friends with quite a few teachers on Facebook, but this one in particular came to my graduation party when I graduated high school, and she brought me the places you'll go, and she wrote like a note in it and signed it by her first name. And I was like, nice work, Mrs. Halsey, but that's never going to happen. I'm like, just because I graduated and I'm 18, no. I'm sorry. That's not how it's going to work.
Yeah.
It's been some years since then, and she's still Mrs. Halsey.
Always.
Right. Now it's a badge of honor, right? That, they're just that important figure in your life. Teachers make so much difference.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah. Oh, that's exciting. I met you, you said something about a book festival in Waukesha that I've never heard of.
Oh, you're kidding. We've been around like 14 years. We are the Southeast Wisconsin Festival of Books. It is sponsored by the UWM Waukesha campus and the Waukesha UWM Foundation. It is November 3rd and 4th. On the 3rd, it is just our keynote, and our keynote this year is David Zucker, who is the director and producer of the movie Airplane. If you love Airplane, he is coming out with a memoir called Shirley, You Can't Be Serious, about the making of Airplane. So that will be Friday night, and then Saturday, all day long, is panels from different writers. I'm in it. We have an all writers track. So there is one track that is just for writers to come on in and learn from my students as to what they have gone through. But we have Robin Hemley as the Saturday morning keynote. His latest novel is called Oblivion, and it is set in heaven. There seems to be a heaven theme going on in fiction right now. In heaven, but in the place where minor writers go. And so he and I are going to be presenting a panel together on what it's like to write about the afterlife and how to deal with people's response to that when it goes against what their own impression of the afterlife. So he will be there. I mean, I can't even tell you everybody we're going to have. Go to the website is SEWI, SEWI, SEWIBookFest.com, I think .com. The whole thing is up there, the schedule, all of it. So
I put it I put it in the chat for this
Excellent.
on Facebook.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming up, and it is a fabulous weekend. It's a great connection between readers and writers. Writers get to actually see the people who read them, and the readers get to meet the writers, and we get to talk and interact. And it is just a wonderful weekend.
I'm excited because, first of all, this year I can actually go. And second of all, Kathy was kind enough to invite me to be on one of the All Writers panels for nonfiction and blogging.
Right. Yeah, we'll have a panel on blogging. So 3 of my students who have been very busy with blogging will be presenting. So it's going to be great. We also have, in association with the book festival, if you have any viewers that are high school students or college students, on October 28th, we are having Authors Students Connect through the book festival. It will also be at UWM at Waukesha. It is a full-day conference for kids who want to write. And I will be the keynote of that, talking about the writer's experience of being banned or being censored, which I certainly have experienced. Then we will have breakout sessions in poetry, fiction, and nonfiction. An afternoon lunch with the guest speaker is Rod Clark, who is the editor and owner of Rosebud magazine, which is Wisconsin's premier literary magazine. Then another breakout session, and then goodbye. And it is also free. So as long as you're in high school or you're a college age student, you are welcome to come. That is also up on the book festival website.
Wow, that sounds...
I got a lot going on.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, but it sounds amazing. And that's like one of my only open weekends in November. So I know what I'm doing now.
Come.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's like your happy place, Amber. There's lots of people who love books and lots of books. It's like the Venn diagram for you.
Yeah.
Just offer me a custom invitation, why don't you?
I just did.
Yeah, no, I'll be there. I don't know how many high school or college age students I have in Wisconsin specifically, but I did actually just recently get a comment on a video I posted a while back. I kind of started this series, and I'm a terrible procrastinator, so I haven't continued it yet, but I have a series of videos on my channel where I'm talking about like chapter breakdowns of The Tale of Genji.
Okay.
I'm a fan of this.
And somebody commented on the first chapter, and she was like, "Thank you so much for posting this." She's like, "I just had this assigned, and I read this chapter, and I had no idea what was going on. So this really helped me. I just watched your video 3 times." And I was like, "Oh, cool, thanks." I'm very judgy about everybody in this book, but thank you.
It's okay to be judgy, but characters don't have to be likable. It's still a book worth reading. It's like characters can be offensive, they can be horrible, they can make terrible choices, but I mean that's still part of the it's still part of the human experience. And The Tale of Genji is the oldest novel, and it's written by a woman, and that alone is worth engaging. It's been a huge part of Japanese culture this entire time. It still is. And so there's like something there worth interacting with. I don't know. Amber got me to read Tale of Genji because I wanted to support her doing. And I'll never forget because I read that, and I remember checking out the Brookfield Public Library, and the librarian said, "You're going to read this whole thing?" And I was like, "I'm certainly going to try." She's like, "Good luck."
And I have a visual representation for anyone who doesn't understand why that's
it's like 1,000+ pages.
It's like 1,400 pages.
Yeah.
This is the tale of Genji.
It would slow a bullet enough to not pierce your heart.
Yeah.
So
the paperback would.
Yeah.
Cool. It's
wow.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest blogging things I did, because that was part of our reading group. Yumi and so Amber is my little sister. She's my husband's sister technically, but I have claimed her. And we used to do a reading group, the three of us, and it was so much fun. We all picked a book and we would read it. And I remember she picked it,
and I still haven't read it, and it's been like 10 years.
And Matt didn't finish either. I'm the only one who finished it, and I was blogging about it, and I did some like photography in concert with it, and I had like this whole quilt, because like it really like was maddening because of the characters' choices, but it gets in your head, and it just got all my creative stuff going and all my different media that I do, and I loved your post about it, Amber. I actually watched it a few months ago. I can't remember why, but I was thinking about Genji, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I need to watch these." And you did a really good job breaking it down and explaining what's happening. So, and you know what though, it's okay to take your time on it, because it is dense. I don't know what factors aligned that I was able to finish it, but it was it was a journey.
Mm-hmm.
It was a journey. Have you ever
to take your time on any book? There is such an emphasis these days on speed, and that's why I also object very strongly to books and classes that are about writing your novel in a weekend or writing your novel in a month. You can't. You'll end up with a book that sounds like you wrote it in a month. If a book takes you a while to read, who cares? You do what you're reading. As far as I'm concerned, that's the best thing in the world you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And some books take a little bit longer to process.
Yeah. This one, I ended up finding some friends, and, I kind of, part of me was like, oh, I'm going to post all these videos, for like 1 to 2 chapters at a time. And then I'll discuss them with people, or I'll do like reviews, and that'll help me actually finish the book. Well, joke's on me, because I'm bad at posting videos too. So
no, you're not.
It's been a minute. and I found some friends who were interested in doing this project with me, but then it's a matter of also like, okay, when do we want to read this next 2 chapter chunk, and when do we have time to get together to film the video, and are we gonna edit it, or are we gonna go live? And then it's just a whole
lot of work.
Yeah,
it is a lot of work.
And for as many 2 chapter chunks, it's still gonna be a while. So
hey, you've got built-in content for a long time whenever you get to it.
That's true. So I was actually thinking about that pretty recently, and I was like, I should probably do that.
Okay. We've been a recurring theme for the stream today is in talking about like the way interacting with narrative and art is very healing for you as a human. And it's something like we talked about with our first guest, Stella, and then it's something Amber and I've talked about a lot, and Sarah from the MS Society, talking about like reading and all the inspiration from nonfiction and memoirs that she's read, and it really I know Tolkien used to say like it's incumbent, like reality is hard, and it's incumbent upon everyone to try and escape by reading, and I love that. And so it's okay. Art takes as long as it takes. It's part of the human experience. And I know I've found living with MS and struggling to keep reading and keep writing has been such a good guiding star for this journey. Excellent. And I know like that that like stories kept me going when I was first diagnosed in 2013, and having to learn how to read in ways that I hadn't before, and how to write in ways I hadn't before. Like I got to a point where I only could feel my thumb, and that's awful to try and, you know, when you're used to having like an 84 word a minute typing speed and writing, you know, a certain way, to be reduced to just like hunting and pecking on the keys, and it was hard to sit upright for a long time with the MS hug, and having to figure out how to do it. But that kind of problem solving and like that struggle of like you have to push through it, and then I get into it and I feel better, and that, you know, and I found other ways to write with fountain pens and paper and purple ink. I know Kathy shares my.
I use purple ink. Yes, friendlier than red when you're teaching. You know, you write in red and everybody just freaks out, but purple's friendly.
Purple is friendly. Pretty much every color except for red is friendly.
Yeah, yeah. I know
yellow
Mikey
is just
does it in green. So Michael's color is green, mine is purple.
Aw, those are complementary colors too.
I guess they are. You think we're married or something?
What?
Who knew? But what have you found? I know you do a lot of different creative things, Kathy, with like music and painting and writing. Do you find, you know, with going through chronic health and stuff that you get like that level of healing and therapy from doing that?
Oh, definitely. You know, and in terms of painting, I do paint, but I don't paint for the public. You know, I'm not going out there and doing. I've done one art show, and I don't think I'll ever do another one. But it's just for me, and that feels really good, and it's really freeing. Music, I listen to music as much as I can. I just started piano lessons, which has been kind of fun. I'm no longer used to being the student. I'm the teacher. I've been the teacher for a long time, and suddenly I have a teacher who's telling me what to do and teaching me how to play jingle bells. You know, it's I'm ready to be a concert pianist, but that's just who I am. It's like, let's go. Let's get to Carnegie Hall. With writing, I mean, of course, writing is healing. And I don't usually write about myself. That's why I love fiction, because I can write about everything but me. But the one book, you can see the cover behind my head. That was Today's Moment of Happiness Despite the News, which is based on my blog. And in the end of 2016 into 2017, right after President Trump was elected and then he had his inauguration, and 2 days after that, I was walking my dogs and I was attacked by a man in a MAGA hat who went to kick one of my dogs, and I got between him and the dog, and he kicked me instead, and then he threw me off the sidewalk, shook his finger in my face, and said, "It's time for you to go back in your place now, woman." And then off he went. And I reported it, so I became one of the national hate crimes that occurred right after Trump took the presidency. There was another woman in Milwaukee who was walking her dog, and somebody walked up to her and just punched her in the face, broke her jaw. We don't know if it was the same guy or not, but there were two of us that were targeted. What happened afterwards was worse than the attack, you know, because I reported it. So I made the news, and I began getting hate tweets and hate messages on Facebook and on my page, and emails, and, you know, all with death threats to my family, because they said that I was dissing our new president, and that of course it wasn't true because I write fiction, so I must be lying. And the worst one was a note in our mailbox downstairs that said, "We know where your daughter goes to school." And I was crushed. I was terrified and couldn't leave the house, was scared of everything, and knew that I had to get out of this because of what I do. I have to be able to get out and present to the public or do readings or whatever, and teach. And so I decided to write one moment of happiness, something that just made me smile, not gratitude, happy, just something that made me smile a day. And I did it on Facebook because I knew if I did it just for me, it would last like 3 days and I would quit. So I did it on Facebook and my Facebook page flooded. I had so many people. I was like, God, I didn't think that many people cared what made me happy. So I moved it to my blog, and my website crashed several times because of increased traffic. We had to increase the bandwidth or whatever it is that those techies do. And I vowed that I would write it every day for a year, not knowing that besides the assault that year, we were going to have to move our daughter to a new high school because she was so severely bullied she couldn't stay where she was. Michael was going to lose his job twice, taking our health insurance with it, and I was going to be diagnosed with breast cancer. So it was quite possibly the worst year to ever do this, but it ended up being a lifesaver for me because it forced me every single day to find and remember something that made me smile. And I couldn't just go with the standard, oh, I saw a rainbow today, oh, I smelled a flower. It was all sorts of things. And that was probably the most healing thing I have ever done in my life. And we got done. The year was done. And I was like, oh, thank God. Trying to find something that makes me happy every day turned out to be really hard. And to write it. And I wrote them raw. I did not edit them. I looked for punctuation and grammar, and that was it. Everything else, I did not change them once I wrote them. And people said, well, it's going to be a book now, right? I was like, no. And my publisher said, they're looking for a book, Kathy. Don't you think we should do a book? And I'm like, it's like, what was it? Like not even 75 words. What do? It's this decent sized blog. And I'm like, you're looking at a whole year of this. You're looking at a 3,000 page book. And he's like, nah, we'll play with font and with margins and whatnot. We'll do it. So it came out as a book. And now I do it as this week's moment. So I only do it once a week. But it is something that really, it gives me a boost. And it makes me realize that happiness doesn't just happen to you. You have to look for it. And it's all in what you see and what you perceive. And it could be as simple as, there was one time I was stuck in a Starbucks drive-through because I love Starbucks. I'm drinking Dunkin' Donuts today, but I love Starbucks. And a straw wrapper caught the wind and fluttered all around. I was in my convertible, fluttered all around and landed, and it put me into a memory of when I used to chase moths when I was a kid in Minnesota. And that was it. I was able to write about that. So you don't necessarily look for the big things. You just look for what makes you smile. So healing is huge with art. Well, my daughter's going into art therapy for a reason, because that's how you reach people, and that's how you really dig into your psyche.
I definitely agree. I went to an arts high school. I went to Milwaukee High School of the Arts.
Cool.
As a vocal major, and it's just even just now the sense of community with the people that I went to high school with, or the teachers from there. It's just a great connecting force.
Right.
Even the different genres and different mediums, and gotta love it.
Yeah,
gotta love it. So
I agree.
All right. Well, we're kind of getting to that time. I think we're going to probably start wrapping up soon.
Yeah.
But, we've been here a few hours now. But, Kathy, it's been such a pleasure speaking with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
joining us and for donating and for sharing your stories with us.
You bet.
And I look forward to apparently meeting you in November in person.
For you.
So
yes, thank you so much. This means so much. And I want to share that during the course of our live stream today, we have gotten $210 worth of donations for Teen Nerds for a Cure. So this makes a huge difference to all of us living with MS. And as a scientist, one thing I like to mention a lot, to students and to people and to patients that I call is that science isn't just one thing. Like, it's all connected. And the science that goes into, finding a cure for MS, preventing it, doing the 3 pillars that Sarah talked about earlier of stopping MS, restoring lost function, and preventing and ending MS forever. All that science and research that makes that possible has applications to other things and other ongoing questions in medical science. And I will have to put a link in Facebook, or I'll put a link wherever I can figure it out. But there was a story a few years ago that just warmed my heart so much, because there was new research that showed that autism spectrum disorder was linked in part to damage to myelin and the development of myelin on the neurons of your brain, of your central nervous system, and that some MS research and MS therapies were having positive impacts for people living with autism spectrum. And that I thought that was so cool. You never know how things interconnect, and that's part of why science is beautiful and wonderful, that you can just keep following curiosity and doing the work and find out amazing things that make the world a better place. So thank you to everyone who has been part of our Nerds for a Cure readathon today. I know we have a bunch of cool prizes and giveaways, including lovely books by everyone from All Writers Peeps of Kathy and Michael, and my copy of the anthology that has the story in it that I worked with Michael with got published here, and I'm donating that too. But having said all that, we had some technical difficulties today with getting the drawing organized. So Amber and I have talked, and there will be a drawing. It will be taped. You can see us being nerdy and geeky and rolling dice, coming up with the winners. But it's going to probably be tomorrow or later this week, because technology and
yeah.
But it will happen. And so upside to that, if you are watching this and you choose to donate today, beautiful September 30th, with the hashtag Books for Brains, any amount, you could donate $1.50 and it would be fine. You're gonna potentially win one of these amazing prizes, and that would make everybody's day brighter. So yeah, you'll have an extra chance. So the nice thing about being the team captain and walking MS my way is I get to make these rules on the fly. So any donation today with the hashtag Books for Brains to Nerds for a Cure, you'll be entered into this drawing that Amber and I are going to make happen, and we're going to record it when we get some certain technical aspects ironed out. So thank you, and thank you for helping us make the world a better place, and to do it with books, because stories are awesome. So thank you again, Kathy, and thank you, Michael, thank you, Stella, thank you, Sarah Huang. I am recovering from COVID, so my throat is not the best, but thank you, Sarah, for coming, and thank you, Amber, for hosting us on your live stream. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, we'll close down, but thank you everybody, and this was so much fun. I'm glad we were able to raise some money.
Yeah.
All right. See you on the other side.
Bye.